Hello, welcome. If you want to support me, share this episode and drop a comment below to tell the algorithm to give us a push. It can be anything. I read every note. There is a specific kind of outrage that only comes when you realize the institution you trusted with your life considered you completely disposable. When a state commits an atrocity, it rarely panics. It doesn't scream. It opens a folder. It drafts a memorandum. It finds a comforting, clinical word. Progress, rehabilitation, administrative error. To sanitize human suffering until it fits neatly inside a filing cabinet. For decades, the British state operated on a single, silent rule. Nothing embarrassing on paper. When records threatened to expose mass torture, or killing their own citizens, or burying crimes, they burned them in colonial incinerators. When documents proved health officials knowingly exposed 30,000 citizens to deadly viruses, they fed the files to the shredder. You were told these were tragic, isolated accidents. You were told no one was to blame. Tonight, we look at the counter-evidence. We examine 21 locked files that were never meant to survive. Every one of these files has an official story, but not one of the official stories released the whole truth. Nairobi, the last weeks before independence. Behind Government House, an incinerator is burning, and a colonial officer is working through the night beside it. He is not panicking. That is the first thing to understand about him. His movements are unhurried, almost clerical, because he is not committing a crime. He is following instructions. There are 2 registries on his desk. One of them is clean, correct, complete. The record of British administration in this colony, to be handed with a firm handshake to the government about to take office. The other must never be handed to anyone. It is the record of how that administration actually worked. The interrogations, the reprisals, the names of local men who informed on their neighbors and who will not survive being named. Bundle by bundle, the second registry goes into the fire. And here is the detail that tells you what kind of state you are dealing with. For each bundle he destroys, the officer fills out a form, a certificate confirming that these particular documents have been burned. He is documenting the erasure. The state is keeping a careful, signed record of the fact that it is making the record disappear. Now, widen the frame, because this is not one officer, one fire, one colony. From the 1950s into the 1970s, as Britain gave up its empire piece by piece, the Colonial Office and the Foreign Office ran a coordinated program across the whole map. Sort every file. Hand over what is safe. Destroy what is not. And where the fires could not keep pace with the paper, London offered an alternative, set down in writing, in the flat language of procedure. It was permissible, the instruction read, as an alternative to destruction by fire, for documents to be packed in weighted crates and dumped in very deep and current-free water at maximum practicable distance from the coast. Read that again, slowly. Somewhere in Whitehall, a civil servant sat down and worked out the correct depth of ocean at which a secret would never wash back to shore. The files that were neither burned nor sunk were flown home, and they needed somewhere to go. That somewhere was Hounslow Park, a secure government compound in the Buckinghamshire countryside, its perimeter already fenced because it also housed a communications and intelligence facility. An empire's paper trail, hidden behind the wire of a spy site. Roughly 20,000 files from at least 37 former colonies, hidden at Hounslow Park. they stayed. For nearly half a century, whenever a historian or a journalist or a lawyer asked whether such files existed, the Foreign Office said no, not evasively, flatly. There are no such files. That answer held until 2011, when a group of elderly Kenyans, torture survivors, sued the Foreign Office, and a High Court judge ordered disclosure. Under that order, the department that had said no for 50 years admitted it had been sitting on the boxes all along. Now, why did they do it? That question matters, and I am not going to pretend it has a clean answer. The government's own review, conducted afterward, concluded the concealment was mostly bureaucratic self-preservation, institutional habit. Cover your department. No grand design. Historians and the survivors' lawyers call it something colder and more deliberate than that. And I want you to sit with the fact that we cannot fully settle it, because the more unsettling possibility is not the conspiracy. It is that a state can bury the evidence of atrocity for half a century out of nothing grander than reflex. That it needs no villain in a dark room, only a filing system, and the instinct to protect itself. Here is what the whole program accidentally proved. The British state cannot simply lose a thing, it must certify the loss. And that same compulsion to file is exactly what leaves the trail that later convicts it. For every file that burned, a few survived, misfiled, confessed to, smuggled out, or pried loose at last by a judge. Tonight, we open 21 of them. Each one begins with an official story. Each one ends with what the paper actually said. And the very first file we open is the one that broke the vault at Hanslope Park. Welcome, Midnight Magnates. This is Mr. Calder. As the world goes quiet, we step into the shadows to uncover the stories that built our world. If you enjoy listening or falling asleep to the hidden history of power, fortunes made, and the human nature behind the price of greatness, then this is the place for you. Begin, as promised, with the file that broke the vault. To open it, you have to go back to Kenya in the 1950s. And you have to understand that what happened there did not begin with a fire or a fist. It began with a vocabulary. In 1952, Britain declared a state of emergency to crush an uprising. The rebellion had a name the British made certain to use: Mau Mau, a Kikuyu-led revolt rooted at bottom in a grievance as old as empire itself. The best land in the colony had been taken, settled by white farmers, and the people who had worked it for generations wanted it back. London did not describe it that way. London described a proscribed terrorist movement, a savagery welling up out of the dark, a thing to be contained. And containment, in practice, meant a system. Here is the scale of that system, and I want you to hold it in your mind, because everything that follows sits inside it. At its height, the British administration held close to the entire Kikuyu population, by historians accounting over 1 million people in detention camps or in barbed wire villages built around their own homes. Over 1 million, not charged, not tried, processed. Whole communities were uprooted and reformed behind wire in what the administration called villagization, as though it were a public works scheme rather than a mass internment. And across the whole apparatus over the years of the emergency, historians estimate that tens of thousands, possibly more than 100,000, died of violence, disease, starvation, and sheer exhaustion. I say historians estimate, and I mean it as a warning label. The true figure is disputed, argued over, and will probably never be fixed. But even the low end of that estimate is a catastrophe running quietly under a peacetime sky. Now, a system that size cannot run on cruelty alone. Cruelty is chaotic. It does not scale. What scales is paperwork. So the detainees were sorted, screened, categorized, color-coded by their supposed depth of commitment to the rebellion. White for the cooperative, gray for the wavering, black for the hardcore. A man's category determined which camp he went to, how long he stayed there, and what could be done to him inside it. The pipeline moved men from screening to camp, to labor to, in theory, release. A conveyor with an intake at one end and, at the other, a document certifying a man rehabilitated. The horror of the thing is not that it was savage. It is that it was orderly. It had categories. It had forms. Into this system walks a district officer named Terence Gavigan. Gavigan is worth pausing on because he is not the snarling villain the story seems to want. He was, by the accounts of those who knew him, intelligent, energetic, physically commanding, and entirely persuaded that what he was doing served a civilizing purpose. That is the unsettling part. He was handed the hardcore, the detainees who would not confess, would not cooperate, would not break, and he devised a method to break them. He called it the dilution technique. The idea was clinical, almost academic. You take the resistant men and you disperse them, a handful at a time, into much larger groups of detainees who have already submitted, ratios running as high as 1 to 50. The compliant crowd, backed by the guards, absorbs the single resistant man and overwhelms him. Peer pressure, engineered and applied as an instrument of the state. And where peer pressure alone was not enough, force finished the work. On arrival, a man was made to obey, to pick up a tool, to answer to a number, to confess. If he would not, he was compelled on the ground by whatever it took. The dilution was the theory. The violence was the method the theory politely declined to name. And this was not some rogue operation in a forgotten corner of the map. The dilution technique was endorsed by the Colonial Office in London. It was rolled out across 5 camps on the Mwea Plain from March 1957. And it was given a name. The kind of name chosen by a committee, meant to look reassuring in a memorandum, meant to be read aloud in a meeting without anyone flinching. They called it Operation Progress. Sit with that word for a moment. Progress. The state does not, as a rule, commit an atrocity and then scramble to hide it afterward. It does something more durable and more chilling. It writes the atrocity down in advance, in language engineered so that no single word could ever, on its own, indict the man who signed it. Dilution. rehabilitation, screening, progress. The paperwork does not describe what happens in the camp. The paperwork is the alibi, drafted before the act, filed in triplicate, ready. And the men and women inside that language were real, and I owe you their names, spoken plainly as facts of record and nothing more. Paolo Nzili was castrated in detention. Ndiku Mutua was castrated in detention. Jane Muthoni Mara was subjected to sexual abuse. Wambugu Waningi was beaten unconscious. I am not going to stage any of it for you, and I am not going to linger. These were not scenes, they were people. And half a century later, elderly, they would walk into a courtroom in London and say aloud what had been done to them. What matters here at the start is this. The system that did those things could not admit on paper that it did anything at all. Because there was one rule above all the others. One rule that governed every camp, every officer, every category, and every form. Nothing embarrassing on paper. The system could break men. It could confine 1 million people. It could dress torture in the language of progress and stamp it and file it. The one thing it could not do, the one line it would not cross, was leave a record that said, in plain words, what it actually was. On the 3rd of March, 1959, at a camp called Hola, the system broke its own rule. Hola sat on the Tana River, in the hot, remote coastal district, the kind of place chosen precisely because it was far from anyone who might be watching. It held the men no other camp had managed to break. The truly hardcore, the ones the pipeline had failed to move. And on the morning of the 3rd of March, the camp commandant put a plan into effect. The men would be forced to work. I am not going to name the commandant, because the surviving record does not reliably name him, and I would rather tell you nothing than tell you a name I cannot stand behind. What the record does establish beyond argument is what happened on that ground. 88 detainees were marched out to a work site and ordered to dig. They refused, and so the guards set upon them to compel the labor. When it was over, 11 men were dead. 77 more were seriously injured. The dead had been clubbed, beaten to death with batons and staves on a work detail in a British-run camp on an ordinary Tuesday morning. Now, watch what the state does next, because this is the moment the whole video turns on, the first full performance of its engine, and it happens fast. 11 men are dead, and the deaths must be explained. There will be a record. There is always a record. So, an official account is composed, and it is written down, and it is released to the world. The 11 detainees, it said, had died after drinking contaminated water from a communal water cart. Contaminated water. 11 men were beaten to death, and the file said they drank bad water. That is the whole machine in 3 words. Not a denial shouted in anger. A cause of death, typed and signed and filed, chosen because it is precisely the kind of thing a file can hold without embarrassment. Men dying of tainted water is a misfortune. Misfortunes require no one's resignation. Men clubbed to death by guards is a crime. Crimes require prosecutions, careers, consequences. Faced with the two, the state reached instinctively, almost bureaucratically, for the version its paperwork could survive. And for once, it did not work. Because a body does not lie the way a file does. A coroner examined the dead, and the medical evidence came back immediate and unanswerable. These men had not died of anything they drank. They had died of violence, bruising, fractures, the plain signatures of a beating. The water story collapsed within days of its own telling, killed by the one witness the state could not silence, intimidate, or reassign, which was the corpse itself. The collapse reached London, and on the 27th of July, 1959, in the House of Commons, a Conservative backbencher rose to indict his own government. His name was Enoch Powell, and whatever else history would later make of that name. On this day, he said something that deserves to be heard exactly as he said it. He refused the excuses. He refused the quiet suggestion running under the whole affair, that these were, after all, only detainees, only rebels, only Africans, far away, and that a different standard might reasonably apply to them. He would not have it. "We cannot," he told the House, "we dare not, in Africa of all places, fall below our own highest standards in the acceptance of responsibility." It is one of the strange recurring facts of tonight's stories that the person who breaks the lie is so often a man already inside the establishment, doing what the powerless cannot. A coroner, a backbencher, figures with standing, spending a little of it. The 11 dead had no power at all. None. What finally cracked the cover story was a coroner reading a corpse and one Englishman on his feet in Parliament, refusing the sentence the file had offered him. Holla helped end the camps. Within a few years, the detention system was wound down, and in 1963, Kenya became independent. You might expect, then, that this is where justice arrives, the lie exposed, the guilty named, the ledger balanced. It is not. No one was ever prosecuted for the deaths at Holla. Not the guards who swung the clubs, not the commandant who ordered the work detail, not one official, ever, for 11 men beaten to death and a lie composed to cover it. The camps closed, the careers continued, the pensions were paid on time, the lie failed in public, and still nothing followed it. And the full truth, the documentary proof of what the camp system had been, the memos and the orders and the endorsements that would one day let survivors prove their case in a court of law. That truth did not stay in Kenya. It was loaded onto the machine you met in the cold open. It was flown to Britain and locked inside Hanslope Park, where it sat, denied, for the next 50 years. But the men and women who had been inside the camps kept the one record the state could not fly to Buckinghamshire and lock away. They kept their memory. They carried it in scar tissue and in testimony, and they held it for half a century. And when historians finally went looking, in books like David Anderson's and Caroline Elkins's in 2005, it was that memory, cross-checked against the paper as the paper came loose, that reconstructed what had really happened on the Muea Plain and at Hola. Which is why the reckoning, when it came so late. It took until 2011 for the hidden files to surface, pried out of the vault by a lawsuit brought by elderly survivors, the very case that forced the Foreign Office to finally admit Hanslope Park existed. And it took until the 6th of June, 2013, 54 years after Hola, for the British government to respond. Foreign Secretary William Hague stood in Parliament and announced a settlement. £19.9 million, shared among 5,228 claimants. Britain, he said, sincerely regrets what had been done. Read the settlement carefully, though, because its precise wording is the whole point. It was regret. It was not an admission of liability. The state paid and apologized and conceded nothing that could ever be held against it in law. Weigh the two sides of that ledger. What it cost the claimants was their bodies and 54 years of their lives. What it cost the state was money, a sum it could absorb without noticing, and one carefully chosen phrase, sincerely regrets. A phrase built to give away everything except the single thing that mattered, which was fault. That was the file that forced the vault open. Now, you may be tempted to file the whole of it under a comforting heading. Empire. Far away. Long ago. A different Britain. A different century. A wrong since paid for and closed. Hold that thought lightly, because the next file will not let you keep it. The reflex you just watched, the instinct to reach for the version the paperwork can survive, did not retire when the Empire did. It did not stay in Kenya. It simply changed departments. The next file was never sent abroad at all. It was compiled in Britain's own hospitals, about Britain's own children. Colin Smith was born in 1982 in Wales with haemophilia. If you have never lived near the condition, here is the whole of it in a sentence. His blood did not clot properly, so a bruise that would fade on you or me could, in him, become dangerous, and a small internal bleed left untreated could cripple a joint, or worse. For most of the 20th century, that made haemophilia a life lived carefully, defensively, with an eye always on the next injury. And then medicine did something close to a miracle. A treatment called Factor VIII, the missing clotting protein, concentrated and freeze-dried into a powder you could reconstitute and inject. A child could be treated at home. A bleed could be stopped in minutes. For hemophiliac families it was, quite simply, freedom, and they reached for it with the trust you would expect. Because this was not some backstreet remedy. This was the National Health Service. This was the most trusted institution in British life, holding out the thing they had prayed for. The trouble was where the Factor VIII came from. Britain could not make enough of its own, so it imported. And a great deal of the imported product came from the United States, where the plasma was pooled. Thousands of donations, mixed together, concentrated into single batches. That pooling is the hinge of the entire tragedy. So hold it a moment. To make one dose, you combined the plasma of thousands of paid donors. And in America, paid donors included the populations most exposed to blood-borne disease on Earth, prison inmates and intravenous drug users, selling their blood for a few dollars. A single infected donor did not contaminate a single dose. He contaminated the entire pool. One tainted contribution, and the whole batch carried it. So the miracle cure arrived, in many cases already carrying HIV or hepatitis C, or both. Colin was treated with imported factor VIII by a hematologist named Professor Arthur Bloom. And here is the detail I need you to hold against the rest of this chapter, because everything turns on it. Bloom's own department had, only months earlier, issued internal guidance discouraging exactly this, the use of imported product on children, precisely because of the infection risk. The caution existed. It was written down. It was in the building, and the imported product was given to the child anyway. Colin contracted HIV from his treatment. He died of AIDS in 1990 at 7 years old. At the end, this boy, this 7-year-old, weighed around 13 pounds, roughly the weight of a healthy newborn. I am going to leave that figure sitting there because it does not need me to decorate it. And Colin was not rare. He was one of many. And to understand how routine this became, you have to go to a place called Trelawney's. Trelawney's College in Hampshire was a boarding school for children with disabilities, and it had something that made it, on paper, a wonderful place to send a hemophiliac son. An NHS hemophilia treatment center right there on the grounds. Specialist care on site all the time. Parents thought they were giving their boys the best and safest childhood available to them. Between 1974 and 1987, 122 hemophiliac pupils passed through that school. Of those 122 boys, 75 are reported to have died from HIV and hepatitis C, contracted through the treatment they received at school. 75 out of 122. Let that ratio land. A parent who sent a boy to Trelawney's for the specialist care was, without knowing it, sending him somewhere the odds of surviving to adulthood fell below the toss of a coin. And there is more which I have to phrase with precision, because the precision is a matter of fairness. Former pupils have alleged that blood products were tested on the children at Trelawney's without informed consent. That allegation is serious. It is the subject of live legal action, and it is not yet, a settled finding of a court. I am not going to call these boys medical guinea pigs as though a judge had ruled it. I am going to tell you that the allegation exists, that it is being fought over now, and let you hold it at exactly that weight. For decades, the families of these children were told, in effect, one thing: that this was a tragedy without a culprit, terrible luck, an unforeseeable side effect of a treatment that, on balance, saved more than it killed. Nobody's fault. An accident. The question that took 40 years to answer is not how this happened. It is who knew and when. The word accident does a great deal of quiet work. An accident is nobody's decision. An accident absolves. And the entire posture of the state across 4 decades rested on that single word. This was a misfortune that befell us all, and we grieve alongside you. So let us test the word. Let us do what the infected blood inquiry eventually did, and read the minutes. Start with the risk. Was it genuinely unforeseeable? A bolt from a clear sky? It was not. That American plasma was drawn from high-risk pools was not a secret discovered later. It was a known feature of the supply. That pooling thousands of donations multiplied the risk was understood arithmetic. Warnings about the dangers of commercial concentrates circulated within the system through the 1970s and into the 1980s. The knowledge was present. It was, to use the inquiry's own eventual framing, a case of patients being knowingly exposed to unacceptable risks, not unknowingly, knowingly. Then there is the question of screening, which is where the comparison with other countries becomes unbearable. When a test for hepatitis C in donated blood became possible, some nations moved quickly to screen. Britain did not move as quickly. There was a delay, and a delay in this context is not an abstraction. It is a number of specific human beings who were infected during the window in which their blood could have been protected and was not. Later, when officials were asked about it, the account offered was that Britain had introduced screening as soon as it was technically possible to do so. Sir Brian Langstaff, the judge who eventually chaired the inquiry, made a dry and devastating observation about that defense. It rather ignored every country that had managed to screen earlier. Now, I want to be careful here, because it would be easy and wrong to picture a single wicked man at a desk deciding to poison children. That is not what the record shows, and the truth is colder than that. What the record shows is an institution in which each individual decision, taken on its own, on the day, could be made to look reasonable. Continue using the stockpile we have already paid for, rather than waste it. Wait for firmer evidence before disrupting a treatment program that is, after all, saving lives every week. Hold off on the expensive screening until the case is unanswerable. Each year of delay was administratively rational. Each deferral had a memo behind it that made sense in the meeting. And the sum of all those reasonable-looking decisions was a slaughter. Set the human scale against the paperwork, because this is the power in the room. The power here was the power to define acceptable risk for other people's children. The families could not weigh the risk. They were never given it. The clinicians and officials held all the information, and the parents held all the trust, and that asymmetry is total. A 7-year-old boy has less power than anyone we will meet tonight. He cannot read the minutes. He cannot demand the screening. He can only be treated and believe, as his parents believed, that the institution holding the needle had his life as its first concern. Across every route of infection, the hemophiliacs, the transfusion patients, all of it, More than 30,000 people in Britain were infected with HIV or hepatitis C through their own medical treatment. At least 3,000 of them have died. 30,000 infected, 3,000 dead. Those are not casualties of a war or a plague that came out of the dark. They are the customers of a health service harmed by the treatment they were given, in numbers that would shame a battlefield. The victims worked this out for themselves. Long before any inquiry did, they noticed the funerals. They compared their sons' cases across kitchen tables. They assembled, out of grief and suspicion, their own rough epidemiology. And they began, slowly, to ask official questions, to write to departments, to demand records, to insist, against a wall of sympathy, without answers, that somebody must have known something. And when the questions grew official, when it began to look as though the paper trail might one day be read aloud in a room the families controlled, the Department of Health did something that the officer at the incinerator behind Gov't House would have recognized at once. It reached for the shredder. In 1993, files held by the Department of Health were marked for destruction. Not any files. The files of an advisory committee that had dealt specifically with the safety of blood, and within that, with the very question of the delay in hepatitis C screening. The precise paper trail that might show what officials had known, and when, and why they had waited. That was the paper, marked to be destroyed. When the inquiry finally examined this decades later, it did not shrug it off as routine housekeeping. It concluded that the destruction of those documents was, in its careful phrase, more likely than not, a deliberate act done to obscure the truth about the screening delay. Read that back. A public inquiry, chaired by a retired High Court judge, concluded on the balance of probability that a government department destroyed its own records in order to keep its own failure from ever being provable. You met this reflex in the cold open, dressed in colonial khaki, filing destruction certificates beside an incinerator in Nairobi. Here it is again, 40 years on, and 5,000 miles closer to home, wearing the grey suit of a Whitehall department. The costume changes. The instinct does not. The state, sensing an audit it cannot survive, moves to make the future unprovable. And then there is the detail that I find hardest to shake, because it is so small and so human. At one point, an instruction went out, an email, telling civil servants not to destroy documents relating to the scandal. Preserve everything. Exactly the right order. Except that the email was never actually delivered, because the group mailing list it was sent to was broken. The one message that might have protected the evidence failed on a technical fault, and further documents were lost. That is not a conspiracy. That is something the record would call, almost tenderly, an administrative error. Sometimes indifference and a broken address list will do the job just as well. The families kept going through the destroyed files and the undelivered email and the decades of sympathetic non-answers. They kept going, and many of them died, still going, still waiting, still asking. It was that refusal, more than any official conscience, that finally forced a full statutory inquiry. On the 20th of May, 2024, Sir Brian Langstaff delivered its final report. He did not hedge. He described a catalogue of failures which, he said, taken together, amounted to a calamity. He found that patients had been failed not once, but repeatedly. And he wrote the sentence the state had spent 40 years and one incinerated advisory committee trying to avoid. This disaster, he said, was not an accident. Not an accident. The single word the whole defense had been built on, struck out by a judge, in public, at last. And then Langstaff said something more precise and more important about the nature of the cover-up itself. And I'm going to give it to you exactly. The concealment, he said, was not an orchestrated conspiracy, but more subtle, more pervasive, and more chilling. Sit with the strangeness of that. He is telling you it was worse for not being a conspiracy. A conspiracy needs a room, a plan, a handful of guilty men you could name and try. What Langstaff described needs none of that. It needs only an institution's ordinary reflexes to defend itself, to defer the expense, to save face, to file the awkward paper under destroy, running quietly, year after year, with no one ever quite deciding to do wrong. The machine does not require a villain. It only requires that everyone protect the machine. That is what he meant by chilling. So, is this then the story with a happy ending? The one where the truth wins and the wrong is made right? No? And I want to be honest with you about why not. Because it matters more than a tidy finish. The report was vindication. It was not resolution. Compensation, when it finally came a full generation too late, after roughly 3,000 of the people owed it were already dead. And even now, the thing is not closed. As of 2026, and I'll flag this as recent reporting, the kind worth checking again by the time you hear it, a further £1 billion had to be announced in the spring of that year, and some victims were being told their compensation might not actually reach them until around 2029. Read that date again. Nearly 40 years after Colin Smith died, weighing 13 pounds, people infected alongside him were still being asked to wait, some of them dying, quite literally, in the queue. The paper came out, the judge said the word, and still the fight is not over. The Department of Health burnt paper to protect itself. The next institution we open went one better. It did not burn its records. It weaponized them. It took a machine's paperwork, clean, confident, time-stamped, and wrong, and it used that paper to prosecute the innocent and to send them to prison. And before we open it, one quiet word from me, because I owe it to the people who make these long nights possible. If you're listening rather than watching, know that there is a video version of every one of these stories, and the animators and editors who build it pour real, patient work into every frame. If you have the means to watch it through once, it helps this show more than I can easily say. That's all. The lamp stays low. Let's open the next file. There is no empire in this one. No war, no colony, no century-old outrage you can hold at arm's length. This is a story about a spreadsheet and a post office counter and the most ordinary people in Britain. Seema Misra ran the post office in West Byfleet, in Surrey. A sub-post mistress, which, if you did not grow up with it, is one of the most quietly respectable jobs on a British high street. The person behind the post office counter handled pensions, benefits, savings, the mail. In a village, they were often the single most trusted individual for a mile in any direction. People handed them cash and handed them their affairs. The role came with a kind of standing that money cannot buy. It also came with a computer system called Horizon. Horizon was built by the Japanese technology firm Fujitsu and rolled out across the post office network from 1999. It ran the accounts. At the end of each day, it told you, the sub-postmaster, whether your branch balanced, whether the money in the drawer matched the money the system said should be there. And under the contract every sub-postmaster signed, if Horizon said there was a shortfall, the sub-postmaster was personally liable for it. If the computer said money was missing, you owed that money. Your name, your savings, your house. For Seema Misra, the computer began to say money was missing. Thousands of pounds of it, appearing as shortfalls she could not explain, could not find, and had not taken. She did what an honest person does. She tried to make it right, topping up the gaps from her own pocket, certain she must be making some error, because the alternative, that the computer was wrong, was a thing the post office flatly refused to entertain. The shortfall grew. Eventually, the post office accused her of stealing £74,000. In November 2010, Seema Misra was convicted of theft and false accounting. She was sentenced to 15 months in prison. She was 8 weeks pregnant, and she was taken down to begin that sentence on her elder son's 10th birthday. Read those facts slowly, because each one is a separate wound. Pregnant, her son's 10th birthday. Convicted of stealing money that, we now know, she never took, that, in all likelihood, never existed outside the error logs of a flawed machine. She served around 4 months. She later said that if she had not been carrying that child, she might have taken her own life. The pregnancy, she said, was the only thing that kept her here. Now hold Seema Misra beside a man called Lee Castleton. Castleton ran a branch in Bridlington on the Yorkshire coast. His Horizon shortfall came earlier, in the mid-2000s, and he did something almost no one else dared. He refused to pay, insisted it was a computer error, and fought the post office in the civil courts. Alone. He was denied legal aid, so he stood against a national institution's lawyers with no lawyer of his own for 2 years. He lost. He was bankrupted, ordered to pay costs that ran into 6 figures. and the strain of it moved through his family the way these things do. His daughter developed an eating disorder as the case ground on. He had done nothing wrong. He was destroyed anyway, as a warning, in open court, at his own expense. And for some, the price was not their savings or their standing. It was their life. Martin Griffiths ran a branch in Ellesmere Port, a father of two, accused of a shortfall of around £100,000 that he had never taken. In 2013, crushed under the weight of it, he took his own life. He was not the only one. The official inquiry would later find the scandal linked to at least 13 suicides, 13 people for whom the shame the post office manufactured, the private certainty that they were uniquely guilty and utterly alone, became something they could not survive. And even after his death, the institution's reflex did not soften. The post office was later accused of trying to hush the Griffiths case up, quietly offering his widow a payout in return for her silence. A non-disclosure agreement over a man the accusation had helped to kill. Every single one of these sub-postmasters was told the same thing. You are the only one. Yours is the only branch with this problem. No one else is reporting these shortfalls. Which meant each of them sat alone with their shame, convinced the fault and the theft must be theirs. A village postmaster suddenly shunned on the street where they had been trusted. A churchgoer branded a thief, a family bankrupted, and all of them believing they were uniquely, personally cursed. They were not the only one. Not remotely. Across the years, the post office prosecuted more than 700 of its own sub-postmasters, by some counts closer to 1,000. And it prosecuted them itself. The post office held a rare and antique legal power to bring its own private criminal prosecutions, without the police, without the ordinary Crown Prosecution Service. In these cases it was, all at once, the alleged victim, the investigator, and the prosecutor. It accused you, it built the case against you, and it stood up in court to convict you. 3 roles that in any sane system are kept firmly apart, gathered into one institution's hand. Each of them was told they were the only one. The machine knew better, and so did the people running it. So let us ask the question the courts should have asked and did not. Was the computer right? It was not. And the distance between the computer is never wrong and the truth is where hundreds of lives were destroyed. Horizon was buggy. Not occasionally, not trivially. It contained defects capable of generating phantom shortfalls, money that appeared to be missing but had never existed, conjured by errors in the software itself. By the autumn of 2010, the very season Seema Misra was being convicted, the post office and Fujitsu knew of one such bug, a receipts and payments mismatch, affecting dozens of branches. They knew, and they kept it to themselves. But the deeper secret, the one that turns institutional failure into something closer to a crime, is this. Fujitsu's engineers could reach into a branch's accounts from a distance and alter them. Remote access. They could change the figures in a sub-postmaster's ledger without that sub-postmaster ever knowing it had happened, without a trace visible at the counter. In September 2010, a Fujitsu engineer even proposed using exactly that capability to reach in and fix the receipts, and payments bug, and an internal memo flagged the obvious problem with that idea, warning that it raised, in their own words, significant data integrity concerns and risked allegations of tampering. Tampering. Their word, not mine. The people who built the system understood and wrote down that the system's data could be silently altered, while the same organization stood up in criminal courts and told judges and juries that the data was beyond question. At the center of that courtroom stood a man named Gareth Jenkins, a senior Horizon engineer at Fujitsu and the post office's chief expert witness. When a sub-postmaster was prosecuted, it was Jenkins who could be called to vouch for the integrity of the system, to assure the court that the figures could be trusted. And Jenkins knew about the bugs. He knew about the remote access capability, and he did not disclose it to the courts. Had he done so, had a single expert simply told a single judge that this data could be wrong, and could even be secretly edited, the prosecutions could not have stood. Seema Misra's conviction, and hundreds like it, rested on a silence. Now, allow me one dry observation, because the shape of this is almost theological. For centuries, the proudest boast of British justice was a presumption, the presumption of innocence. A person is innocent until proven guilty. The burden lies on the accuser. Better that 10 guilty go free than 1 innocent be condemned. Horizon quietly inverted the entire doctrine. In the theology of the post office, it was the computer that enjoyed the presumption of innocence. The machine was assumed infallible, its word taken as gospel, and it was the human being, the church-going sub-postmaster of 30 years' good name, who was presumed the liar and the thief. The old principle was not repealed. It was simply pointed the other way, at a spreadsheet. For roughly 15 years, that inversion held. For 15 years, courts convicted human beings on the word of a machine that its own makers knew could be wrong and could be rewritten in silence. Somewhere in Fujitsu's offices, the truth existed the whole time, logged, time-stamped, sitting in the error records and the internal memos. It existed. It was simply priced too high to say aloud. The truth needed someone to carry it. It found Alan Bates. Bates had run a post office in Wales until the post office terminated his contract in 2003. After he refused to accept liability for shortfalls he insisted were the system's fault. He was, by every account, an unglamorous man, patient, methodical, undramatic, the sort who keeps every letter and files every reply. And that turned out to be exactly the weapon the situation required. In 2009, he founded the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance, and he began, slowly, to gather the people the post office had each told were the only one. One by one, they discovered each other and discovered that their private, shameful, isolating catastrophe was in fact a shared one, running into the hundreds. What followed was not a thunderbolt. It was a grind, 15 years of letters, spreadsheets, meetings, and, eventually, litigation. In 2017, Bates and a group of sub-postmasters took the post office to the High Court. It fought them hard. At one point, it even tried to have the judge removed from the case, an application that failed. And in 2019, Mr. Justice Peter Fraser handed down the judgments that broke the thing open. He found that Horizon was not the robust, reliable system the post office had always claimed. And he found, in a phrase that will outlive everyone involved, that the post office had operated with a culture of excessive secrecy. That should have been the moment the nation rose up. It was not. The judgments were reported, digested by those who followed such things, and largely passed the wider public by. The wronged were vindicated in law, and the country mostly did not notice. What the courts could not do, a television drama did in a week. In January 2024, the broadcaster ITV aired a 4-part dramatization of the scandal, the story of Bates and the sub-postmasters, staged for an ordinary evening audience. And the country, which had slept through 15 years of litigation and a devastating High Court judgment, woke up all at once. The public fury was immediate and enormous. Within days, it had done what 2 decades of courtrooms had not. It forced the government's hand. Parliament moved to pass an almost unprecedented law, quashing the convictions of the wronged sub-postmasters en masse in a single stroke, because the ordinary appeals process was simply too slow to undo injustice on this scale. Paula Venables, the post office chief executive through the years of denial, handed back the CBE she had been awarded. And Alan Bates, who had earlier refused a lesser honor precisely because Venables still held hers, was knighted. Allow yourself the catharsis of that. It is real, and these people earned every ounce of it. But do not close the file yet, because the ending is not clean, and I would be lying to you if I pretended it were. Look at where the accountability actually landed. The convicted got their exonerations. But the people on the other side of the counter, the executives who presided, the experts who stayed silent, the institution that prosecuted, what happened to them? As of 2026, and I'll mark this as current reporting worth checking again in time, no one has been criminally convicted for what was done to the sub-postmasters. The status is investigation, not prosecution. Fujitsu, whose software caused the whole catastrophe, had contributed almost nothing toward the compensation. The wronged received an Act of Parliament. The people who wronged them received, so far, an ongoing inquiry. Sit with the asymmetry of that debris. The victims wait decades and receive an apology, a settlement, an exoneration. The institution loses its axiom and its honor, and remarkably little else. And notice, finally, where the decisive power actually lay. Not with the High Court, whose devastating judgment the country ignored. Not with Parliament, which acted only once it was pushed. The force that finally moved the immovable was a story, a television drama, moving millions of people in their living rooms on consecutive January nights. I will not moralize about that. I will only observe it and let you decide what it means. In modern Britain, it seems, the last court of appeal is sometimes the living room. You might think this reflex, protect the institution, sacrifice the person, insist the paperwork is right and the human being is lying, is a modern invention. Something born with the computer, a disease of our own distracted age. It is not. The oldest file in tonight's cabinet is nearly 5 centuries old. And when we open it, you will find the reflex already there. Not primitive, not half-formed, but fully grown, expertly run, and getting away with everything. The year is the mid-1530s. Henry VIII sits on the throne of England, and Henry VIII has a problem that every powerful man in this video will recognize. He needs money. His treasury has been drained by wars and by a court that spends like water. He has broken with Rome, declared himself supreme head of the church in England, and that break has left him at once more powerful and more exposed. A king who has seized authority over the church and now needs the church to pay for it. And there, across the ledger from his empty coffers, sits the wealth, the monasteries. More than 800 religious houses scattered across England and Wales, abbeys, priories, friaries, nunneries, holding, between them, something on the order of 1/4 of all the landed wealth in the country. How much income that represented, precisely, the historians still argue over. The figures run somewhere from £130,000 a year to over 200,000, and I will not pretend to a precision the record does not have. But the shape of it is not in doubt. The richest institution in England was not the crown. It was the church. And the crown had just made itself the church's head. Now, a lesser king simply seizes the wealth and dares anyone to object. Henry had a cleverer man than that. He had Thomas Cromwell. And Cromwell did something that tells you everything about the mind at work. Before he took it, he had it counted. In 1535, Cromwell sent commissioners across the whole of England and Wales to compile a document called the Valor Ecclesiasticus, the church valuation. It was the most thorough audit of ecclesiastical wealth the country had seen since the Domesday Book, nearly 5 centuries earlier. Every house, every manor, every stream of rent and tithe, surveyed and totted up and entered in a ledger. The state priced the target down to the penny. And it did this before a single charge of wrongdoing had been proved against a single monk. The valuation came first. The justification came later. Because a valuation is not a legal cause. You cannot dissolve an abbey because it is rich. You need a reason. So the same machinery that had just finished pricing the houses turned around and went back out to find one. Commissioners, men like Richard Layton and John A.P. Rice, rode county to county through 1535, and this time they were not counting rents. They were collecting sins. They interrogated monks and priors and local informants, and they wrote up what they found: mismanagement, laxity, immorality, superstition, relics they declared fraudulent. Their reports came back damning. They also came back suspiciously uniform, the same scandals, in the same language, house after house, as though the men writing them had known the required conclusion before they arrived. They had. That is the whole of it. The men who valued the monasteries and the men who investigated the monasteries were the same men, working for the same master toward an outcome that master had already chosen. In any decently run enterprise, one rather hopes the auditor and the prosecuting counsel are at least different people. In Cromwell's England, they shared a saddle. That is the moment the paper lied. Not in a burning, not in a shredding, in a survey and a set of visitation reports, drafted to reach a verdict the Crown had settled on before the questions were asked. The reports came back scandalous, and whether England truly believed them mattered a great deal less than that Parliament could now act on them. In 1536, armed with the dossier of monastic corruption, Parliament passed an act dissolving the smaller houses, those under £200 a year, on the stated grounds of reform. Clean up the corrupt little cloisters, a righteous act. In 1539, the logic was extended to the great houses too. Resistance came, most seriously, the Pilgrimage of Grace, a vast popular rising in the north, which was crushed. A handful of abbots who refused to surrender their houses were executed, but most simply yielded. The compliant were pensioned off. By 1540, the houses were closing at a rate of roughly 50 a month, an entire monastery, centuries of continuous life, shut down somewhere in England more than once a day. More than 800 houses gone. Some 14,000 monks, nuns, and friars turned out. Libraries scattered, illuminated manuscripts burned or sold for scrap, shrines stripped. And here the file makes its one honest demand of us, because the story is not as clean as a villain would make it. Some of what the commissioners found was true. There were lax houses. There was real mismanagement. Monastic life in 1535 was not uniformly holy. Historians dispute, to this day, how much of the corruption dossier was fabricated and how much was genuine, and they will go on disputing it, because the archive that would settle it was thinned by the very people it would have convicted. A pure fabrication you could dismiss. What the dissolution offers instead is a pretext that was partly true, real faults, gathered by biased men, inflated to exactly the size the Crown required, and then used to justify a seizure, decided for reasons that had nothing to do with any monk's morals. The truth, cherry-picked and weaponized, is harder to argue with than a falsehood. That is not an accident of the case. That is the technique. The wealth moved in one direction, and where it went is the quiet epitaph on the whole reformist cover story. The Crown's windfall, on the order of £1.5 million in land and plate, and well over 100,000 a year in new revenue, was not poured into piety, or into the poor the monasteries had fed, or into any of the reform the acts had been written to serve. It went substantially into war. Fresh campaigns against France and Scotland. The greatest transfer of wealth in English peacetime history, justified by a story about corruption spent on the oldest appetite there is. No one exposed it. That is the point I want to leave you with, because it is the thing that makes this file different from every other one tonight. There was no coroner, no backbencher, no judge, no journalist. The secret never broke, because the secret never had to. The men who did it wrote the history, kept the profits, and died in their beds. What survives is not a scandal, but a method. The state deciding on an outcome and then manufacturing the justification for it afterward, and filing that justification as fact. The justification drafted after the decision. Keep that phrase somewhere. It will come round again, in a villa outside Paris 400 years from now. 3 centuries after Cromwell, the British state would move a comparable fortune once more. Same maneuver, a great sum of money shifted from one set of hands to another, wrapped in a story the nation could feel good about. Only this time the cover story was not reform. It was freedom. Freedom is the story Britain tells about 1833, and it is one of its favorites. In that year, Parliament passed the Slavery Abolition Act, ending slavery across most of the British Empire. It is a genuine landmark, and I'm not going to take it from you cheaply. The campaign against the slave trade and against slavery itself was real. It was hard fought, and it freed roughly 800,000 people from bondage. Britain has told itself, ever since, that this was the moment the nation looked at an atrocity it had profited from for 2 centuries and chose, at cost to itself, to end it. The liberating nation. Wilberforce's country. Hold the warmth of that for a moment, because we are about to open the ledger underneath it, and the ledger is colder than the story. The act freed roughly 800,000 people. The money in it went to none of them, because the act had an engine, and the engine was a compensation clause. Slavery was being abolished, and the law took the view that somebody was suffering a loss that ought to be made good. Not the enslaved, the owners. The people who had held human beings as property were to be compensated for the loss of that property, and Parliament put a number on it, £20 million. To grasp what that sum meant, you have to see it against the whole of government. £20 million was around 40% of the entire national budget in 1833. Nearly half of everything the British state spent that year, committed in a single act and committed to the enslavers. The enslaved received nothing. No land, no payment, no reparation. Zero. What £20 million is worth in today's money, I cannot honestly hand you as one figure, because it depends entirely on how you measure it. An inflation-only conversion lands somewhere around £2.5 billion. An income-based measure runs to 16 or 17 billion, and a share of the economy measure climbs past 100 billion. Pick your method and pick your number. The point is not the conversion. The point is the direction. A sum on that scale could not be raised from a single year's taxes, so it was borrowed, underwritten by a city syndicate led by Nathan Rothschild and his brother-in-law Moses Montefiore, folded quietly into the national debt, and left there to be serviced by the ordinary taxpayer, year after year, for as long as it took. 40,000 people filed claims for their share of that money. Their names were written down. And the list survived. For most of 2 centuries, the list sat where lists sit, in archives, unread. The payout dissolved into an anonymous line of government debt that no taxpayer could see or name. Then, in 2013, historians at University College London published the Legacies of British Slave Ownership database and made those 40,000 names searchable by anyone with a keyboard. The abstraction acquired addresses. Suddenly, you could look up the country houses, the bank fortunes, the family names, and trace them back to the compensation roll, not history any longer, but provenance. Among the names near the very top of the list, Sir John Gladstone, a Liverpool merchant with plantations in the Caribbean, and the father of William Gladstone, who would go on to be Prime Minister of the United Kingdom 4 times over. Sir John received the single largest recorded payout of them all, over £106,000, for the 2,508 enslaved people held across his 9 plantations, most of them in Demerara, where his own slaves had staged one of the largest revolts in the empire's history a decade before. For 180 years, the arithmetic slept inside the national debt. In 2018, the Treasury woke it by accident. On the 9th of February that year, someone running the official HM Treasury account posted a cheerful little fact for the weekend, a hashtag Friday Fact. Millions of you, it read, helped end the slave trade through your taxes. The intended note was civic pride. Look what your money accomplished. Look what the British public paid for. The trouble is what the sentence actually says once you know the ledger. Millions of you helped pay off the loan. The loan that compensated the slave owners. For generations, ordinary British taxpayers had been servicing a debt raised to enrich the people who had owned other people. And the debt instrument that funded that payout was not finally retired until 2015. Not the Treasury cut checks to slavers for 180 years, be precise, but the borrowing that paid them was still on the nation's books, still being carried by living taxpayers within the last decade. The Treasury saw what it had written. The tweet was deleted the next day, the 10th of February, gone within about 24 hours. It takes an institution of rare gifts to compose a boast, realize mid-weekend that it is in fact a confession, and file the whole thing under delete before Monday. Compensation. The word means to make someone whole for a loss. And here it is, pointing at the slave owner and away from the slave, a payment for the loss of a human being made to the person who did the owning. Compensation for whom? That question is the entire moral distance between the story of 1833 and the ledger of 1833, and it is the question the Treasury could not delete, which opens onto the larger one. What else, in the accounts of a very old and very rich state, has simply never been read aloud? Kenya's records were burned. The blood files were shredded. This one was never destroyed at all. It didn't need to be. It was hidden in plain sight, an honest line in a public ledger that no one was ever encouraged to read, an atrocity converted into a bond and left to mature in the dark of ordinary bookkeeping. Some secrets you burn. This one you simply decline to mention for 180 years. Compensation, it turns out, is a clock. In 1834, the slave owners were paid within about a year. The infected of Chapter 2 waited 40 years, and thousands died first. The wrongly convicted of Chapter 3 waited 2 decades. How fast a wrong is compensated, and to whom, is one of the truest measurements you will ever get of who a state believes it exists to serve. The owners were made whole almost at once. Everyone else in this cabinet is still waiting. Before we cross to the next file, a thought for you and a small request. This show only reaches the people it reaches because listeners point it at others. So if there's an institution whose ledger you would like us to open, a company, a crown, a ministry, a name from history you have always suspected of, more than the official account admits, tell me in the comments. A favorite dark corner of history, a subject you would sit up for. I read them, and they genuinely shape what we open next. Consider this cabinet partly yours. Now, to the next file, and it follows directly from this one. Among the people Britain freed in 1833 and never paid a penny were the great-grandparents of men and women who would one day cross that same ocean toward Britain, invited, this time, asked to come and help rebuild it, and who would be told, decades later, to prove they had ever arrived at all. In 1968, a 10-year-old girl named Paulette Wilson was sent from Jamaica to England to live with her grandparents. She was, in every sense the law recognized, coming home. She was a citizen of the United Kingdom and colonies, arriving in the mother country she had been raised to think of as her own, part of the generation Britain had actively invited. The people who came from the Caribbean from 1948 onward to help rebuild a country bled thin by war, to staff its hospitals and drive its buses and lay its railways. Anthony Bryan came the same way, from Jamaica in 1965, and they did exactly what was asked of them. They worked. They paid their taxes for decades. They raised children who were British from their first breath. Paulette Wilson lived nearly 50 years in Britain. Anthony Bryan, more than 50. They were as settled, as lawful, as rooted as any two people you could name on any street in England. Their right to be there was guaranteed in law. The 1971 settlement confirmed that those already lawfully in Britain from the Commonwealth were here to stay. They never doubted it, because why would you doubt the ground you have stood on for half a century? They had no reason to keep the receipts of their own belonging. The proof of the day Paulette Wilson landed did exist, though. It existed in one place, on one card, in one warehouse. The Home Office had kept them, landing cards, the slips of paper recording the arrival of Commonwealth citizens, the primary documentary record of exactly when people like Wilson and Bryan had come. For many of them, that card was the single best evidence that they had arrived when and how they said. And in 2010, the Home Office destroyed the archive. The causation here matters, and I want to get it exactly right, because the truth is stranger and worse than a simple plot. The decision to dispose of the landing cards was signed off as a business case in 2009, before the policy that would make them lethal even existed. The physical destruction happened in 2010, reportedly during an office move. The boxes were treated as clutter, a records management housekeeping decision, the kind of thing that gets approved 100 times a year without anyone imagining consequences. No villain stood over the shredder rubbing his hands. And that is precisely what makes it so disquieting. You do not need a conspiracy to destroy the one proof a powerless person owns. You need only an institution that regards that proof as clutter and a filing decision made by someone who will never meet the people it condemns. The absence of intent does not soften this. it hardens it. 2 years later, a new policy would turn those destroyed cards into the difference between a life and a deportation. In 2012, the Home Secretary, Theresa May, set out an aim in plain words: to create, she said, a really hostile environment for illegal immigrants. And the machinery built to deliver it did something subtle and enormous. It pushed the border inward, and it privatized the checking of it. Suddenly, your landlord had to verify your status before renting to you, your employer before hiring you, the bank before opening your account, the hospital before treating you. To live an ordinary life, you now had to prove, on demand, your right to be in the country, and the burden of that proof fell on the individual. The state, in other words, began demanding continuous documentary evidence of arrival and status from people whose documentary evidence of arrival it had itself destroyed 2 years earlier. For Paulette Wilson, that collision arrived as a letter in 2015, informing her that she was an illegal immigrant. A woman who had come as a child in 1968, reclassified by the state that invited her as someone to be removed to a country she barely remembered. She was later detained, taken to an immigration removal center, brought to the edge of deportation. Anthony Bryan was detained in 2016 and booked onto deportation flights, twice, threatened with removal to a Jamaica he had left as a boy. Neither had done anything wrong. Neither could produce, on command, the one card the Home Office had shredded. The environment was doing exactly what it had been designed to do. It had simply been pointed, by the state's own carelessness, at the wrong people, at its own citizens. The Home Office held every card but one. A journalist was listening. Her name is Amelia Gentleman, and beginning in late 2017, she reported these cases in The Guardian, one human being at a time: the grandmother, the carpenter, the man who had paid tax for 40 years and was now sleeping in a detention center. Case by case, the pattern became undeniable and the country recoiled. In the spring of 2018, the scandal broke wide open, and on the 30th of April, the Home Secretary of the day, Amber Rudd, resigned. Rudd did not fall for the wrongful detentions, or the deportations, or the policy that produced them. She fell for having misled Parliament, for telling MPs there were no deportation targets when there were. The machine claimed a minister for a procedural sin and left the machine itself standing. The ledger of harm is still being counted, and the counts vary, so take them as a range and take them attributed. Official figures acknowledged at least 83 people wrongly deported, while a broader review put the number wrongfully detained or deported at 164, with more pressured into leaving voluntarily. The independent review that followed, led by Wendy Williams in 2020, called the scandal foreseeable and avoidable, the product of an institutional thoughtlessness about race. And at least 53 people who were owed compensation died before the scheme ever paid them. Theresa May apologized for the results, not for the policy. Because the policy, in its essentials, is still there. And that is where this file has to stay open, because it has not closed. The hostile environment survived its own scandal. A Home Secretary was spent to protect it, and the architecture stayed largely intact, some of it merely renamed. As of 2026, and I offer this as recent reporting, worth checking again. By the time you hear it, the compensation scheme was still being fought over, with 100 and more lawyers and campaigners demanding it be overhauled, and officials reportedly maintaining that claimants did not really need legal help to navigate it. Grandmothers wrongly branded illegal, some already dead uncompensated, and the argument was still about whether they deserved a lawyer to claim what they were owed. The fall was arranged so that the structure would not have to fall. The fight continues. The Home Office lost the papers it needed. The next file concerns the opposite talent entirely, a unit of the British state that did not lose or shred a single document, but manufactured them, a whole cabinet of papers and lives and names for men who never existed at all. The Windrush file was a story about a state that was careless with real identities. This one is its mirror, a state that was meticulous with false ones. In 1968, as anti-war protest filled the streets of London, the Metropolitan Police Special Branch quietly created a new unit. It began as the Special Operations Squad and was soon renamed the Special Demonstration Squad, the SDS. Its purpose was simple to state and extraordinary in practice: to place undercover officers inside Britain's protest movements, not for a raid or a single operation, but to live there, to become activists, to spend years inside campaigns for peace, for animal welfare, for the environment, against apartheid, against racism. Even, it would later emerge, inside the campaign run by a grieving family seeking justice for a murdered son. Let me be careful with scale, because the headline figures describe the full remit of the inquiry that eventually examined all this, across decades and several units. Over the whole span from 1968 onward, in that broad accounting, something like 140 undercover officers were deployed into more than 1,000 political groups. Not every officer did every terrible thing you are about to hear, but the method they shared is the thing worth understanding, because the method is the secret. To send a man undercover for years, you need him to be someone. A person has a past, a birth certificate, a childhood, a paper trail that an suspicious activist might check. So the SDS built its officers' new pasts, and it built them out of the dead. Officers went to the records of children who had died young, found ones whose dates would fit a man of the right age, and took their names. They wore a dead child's identity into the activist world, the birthday, the backstory, the paper skeleton of a real little boy or girl who had died decades before, resurrected as the cover for a policeman. It was done across the years, with the identities of at least 80 dead children. Somewhere, a family had buried a child and kept the grief, and without their knowledge, without their consent, that child's name went undercover to spy on protesters. That is the legend. In the trade's own word, the false life an officer inhabits. And a legend cannot merely be worn. It has to be lived convincingly for years, among people who are watching for exactly the seams you are trying to hide. The most reliable way to be believed, it turns out, is to be loved. And so, some of these officers formed intimate, long-term relationships with the very women they were deployed to watch. Relationships built entirely on a manufactured identity, sustained for years, with the woman having no idea that her partner's name, history, and reasons for being in her life were an operation of the state. I am going to state what followed plainly, and then move past it, because these women's dignity does not need me lingering. In at least 4 reported cases, undercover officers fathered children with women they had deceived. Bob Lambert, deployed as Bob Robinson, fathered a child with a young activist in 1985, and then, when his deployment ended, vanished from that child's life entirely, because the father had never really existed. The relationship was tradecraft. The child was real. In every other file tonight, both sides at least know they are in a conflict. Here, only one party knew there was a relationship at all. The state had perfect sight. The watched could not even see that they were being watched, could not know that the person sharing their bed and their cause was in the ledger of a police unit, a posting. For 40 years, no court, no minister, no oversight body pulled a single mask off. The people who finally did it were the ones being watched. In October 2010, a group of environmental activists began to have doubts about a man they knew as Mark Stone. Stone had been among them for years, a committed, useful, well-liked activist who had thrown himself into the movement since around 2003. But something was not adding up, and these were people with a temperament for investigation. So they investigated him, and they found the seam in his legend, documents, and ultimately a passport in another name. Mark Stone was Mark Kennedy, an officer of the National Public Order Intelligence Unit, the SDS's successor in the surveillance of what the state called domestic extremism. Confronted by the people he had deceived, his double life collapsed. And when it collapsed, it took a criminal prosecution down with it. Kennedy had been embedded in the group around a planned protest at the Ratcliffe-on-Soar power station. Activists were being prosecuted for it. Once it emerged that an undercover officer had been living inside the very group on trial, his role undisclosed to the court, the prosecution fell apart. The case collapsed. Then the dominoes went over. Kennedy's exposure prompted other women to look harder at partners who had drifted mysteriously out of their lives. Other officers were identified. The stolen children's names practice came to light. The whole architecture of the SDS and its successors began to surface. In 2015, the government was forced to establish a statutory public inquiry, announced, as it happens, by the same Theresa May we met in the last file, chaired by a retired judge, Sir John Mitting, to examine decades of undercover policing. And one of the deceived women turned her private violation into public law. Kate Wilson had been in a relationship with Kennedy. When she understood what he had actually been, she fought the Metropolitan Police through the courts for years. In 2021, the Investigatory Powers Tribunal ruled in her favor in the starkest possible terms. The operation against her had breached 5 separate articles of her human rights, including the protection from inhuman and degrading treatment, and the tribunal called the whole thing unlawful and sexist. She was awarded £230,000. It remains the most detailed judicial finding yet of what these units did to the people they targeted. The Metropolitan Police spent 40 years training men to detect subversion, to spot the hidden threat, to see what ordinary people missed. And in the end, they were out-detected, comprehensively, repeatedly, by the very subversives they were watching. The amateurs unmasked the professionals. No inspector, no watchdog, no minister managed in 4 decades what a handful of suspicious environmentalists managed in an afternoon with a name and a filing cabinet. But exposure is not accountability, and here the file must be left open because it is nowhere near closed. The unmasking was 2010. The inquiry was 2015. And that inquiry is still going. Its major findings on the later deployments are not expected until around 2027, at which point its chairman is due to step down, the work of a lifetime handed on. As of 2026, and I give this as recent reporting to be rechecked, the hearings had only reached their later phases that very year, with some of the deceived women fighting what they called an arbitrary deadline on their own testimony. Still, a decade and a half after Kennedy's mask came off, litigating for the right to be fully heard. An institution that could not keep its secret for 40 years has turned out to be very good at keeping a schedule. The accountability is not being denied outright. It is simply being outlasted, one procedural year at a time, by an inquiry aging alongside its witnesses. The spy cops watched a few thousand Britons intimately, one manufactured relationship at a time. The next file is what the same state looks like at the opposite extreme of attention, when it stops watching and stops feeding an entire province of millions, and forbids anyone to say the word for what happens next. In Calcutta, in 1943, people were starving to death in the streets, and it was against the rules to say so. Not against good taste. Against the rules. Wartime censorship in British India had banned the words famine and starvation from the newspapers. The catastrophe was permitted to happen. It was simply not permitted to be named. A reporter could see the dying on the pavement outside his office and could not print the one word that described what he was looking at. How Bengal arrived at that pavement is a chain of pressures, and it is worth laying them out, because the horror was not a single decision, but an accumulation of them. In 1942, a cyclone had wrecked the rice crop along the coast, and disease had taken more. Burma, next door, had fallen to Japan, and Burma had been a major source of the rice Bengal imported. Then the British military, fearing a Japanese invasion of the Bengal coast, carried out what it called a boat denial policy. It confiscated tens of thousands of the small rural boats the Delta ran on, so that an invader could not use them. But those boats were also how rice moved, how a fishing village ate, how grain reached the interior. Cut the boats, and you cut the arteries. Prices spiraled. Hoarding took hold, and a rural population living on the thinnest of margins began, in their thousands, to walk toward Calcutta, where they believed there might be food, and where instead many of them simply lay down and died within sight of a press forbidden to use their word. In London, meanwhile, The requests for grain were arriving and being declined because the decisions that governed Bengal's stomach were being made in a room 3,000 miles away, around the table of Winston Churchill's War Cabinet. From as early as December 1942, the Viceroy and the Bengal government pleaded for emergency grain imports. And the War Cabinet, again and again, refused or slashed those requests. The reason given was shipping, the argument that every hull was needed for the war in Europe and the coming invasion of France. That was the stated logic. What the archives later showed complicates it. The historian Madhusri Mukherjee, working through the War Cabinet's own shipping records, found that in the worst months, Australian wheat was sailing across the Indian Ocean, to Ceylon, to the Middle East, to southern Africa. Grain was moving. It was moving to everywhere in that ocean, except the province that was starving. Inside that cabinet, there was at least one man who could not stomach it. Leo Amory was the Secretary of State for India, Churchill's own minister for the subcontinent, and he clashed with the Prime Minister privately and bitterly over the government's indifference to Indian deaths. Amory went so far, in the privacy of his own diary, as to liken Churchill's attitude on India to Hitler's, a remarkable thing for a conservative minister to write about his own wartime leader. I will leave the exact words where they belong, in the disputed territory of a private diary, and give you only what is not in dispute, that the man responsible for India in that government believed the man running it did not care whether Bengal lived. The machinery of denial had one vulnerability, though. It could forbid a word. It had forgotten to forbid a photograph. On the 22nd of August, 1943, Ian Stevens, the editor of The Statesman in Calcutta, published photographs of the dying. Emaciated bodies on the pavements, children reduced to outlines, printed in a newspaper, where the censor's rule against the word famine suddenly counted for nothing, because no rule had thought to ban the image. You cannot unsee a photograph by respelling it. The pictures broke the containment. They traveled. The story reached the wider press, and the House of Commons was forced to confront what it had declined to name. That October, a new viceroy, Archibald Wavell, took office, looked at what was happening, and called it, from inside the imperial system itself, one of the greatest disasters that had befallen any people under British rule, and began pressing London, harder than his predecessor, for the relief that was still slow to come. The photographs ended the silence. They could not end the argument about who was to blame, and that argument has now run for 80 years. Here, I have to be honest with you and hand you an unsettled question rather than a verdict, because the honest state of this file is that it is still contested by serious people. The dead can be counted, roughly. Historians estimate around 2.1 million, though the range runs from perhaps 800,000 to over 3.5 million, a disputed figure held loosely. But the why of it is a live scholarly fight. On one side, the economist Amartya Sen argued that the famine was, at root, a failure of entitlements, that food was not so much absolutely absent as priced and distributed beyond the reach of the poor, a collapse of who could command rice, rather than of how much rice existed. On the other, Mukherjee's reading puts the shipping decisions of Churchill's cabinet much closer to the center of the blame. Historians line up on both sides and have not resolved it, and I am not going to pretend to resolve it for them from a narrator's chair. Churchill's personal responsibility for those 2 million deaths is a genuine, open question. But one thing is not in dispute, whichever way the scholars finally fall. Set aside the shipping, set aside the entitlements, set aside the whole contested machinery of cause. One fact sits underneath all of it, undebated. When the people of Bengal began to die, the state's very first instinct was not to feed them. It was to forbid the word. Before the grain, the censorship. Before relief, denial. You may argue for a lifetime about how much London could have shipped and chose not to, but you cannot argue about what it did with the language. It reached, first, for the power to stop anyone saying what was happening. And a government whose opening move, in the face of mass death, is to manage the vocabulary, has already told you where its priorities lie, long before the historians arrive. 13 years later, the same imperial establishment, older now, greyer and weaker, its confidence to command events draining away, would try its hand at managing something larger than a single word. It would try to manage an entire war. And it would do the thing you have watched it do all night, only more brazenly than ever before. It would decide on the outcome first, and write the justification afterward. Except this time, the justification was not drafted after the deed. This time, they wrote the script before the war. On the 26th of July, 1956, the President of Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser, nationalized the Suez Canal Company, taking control of the waterway that Britain and France had long treated as theirs, the artery through which their oil and their trade, and the last of their imperial self-image, still flowed. To Anthony Eden, the British Prime Minister, this was intolerable, and it was personal. Eden had spent his career as the great anti-appeaser, the man who had resigned from Neville Chamberlain's government over the failure to stand up to dictators, and who had waited a very long time in Winston Churchill's shadow before finally inheriting the office. Now here was a new strongman seizing British assets, and Eden cast him at once as another Hitler, another Mussolini, a tyrant to be stopped before it was too late. He wanted Nasser gone. What Britain lacked was not power. It had ships, planes, an army. What it lacked was a reason, any lawful cause that would let it invade a sovereign country to take back a canal that country had nationalized on its own soil. So one was manufactured in a villa outside Paris. From the 22nd to the 24th of October, 1956, delegations from 3 governments met in secret at Sèvres, a suburb of Paris. For France, the Foreign Minister Christian Pineau and General Maurice Chalais. For Israel, which had its own quarrel with Nasser, blockaded and raided along its borders, the Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion himself, with Shimon Peres and Moshe Dayan. And for Britain, the Foreign Secretaries Selwyn Lloyd and a senior diplomat named Patrick Dean. Over those 3 days, they wrote a war. The script ran like this. Israel would invade Egypt, striking across the Sinai toward the canal on the 29th of October. Britain and France would then step forward, not as combatants, heaven forbid, but as concerned peacemakers, and issue an ultimatum demanding that both sides pull back from the canal zone. Egypt, with a foreign army driving into its territory, would of course refuse. And that refusal, engineered, predicted, scripted days in advance, would become the pretext for Britain and France to send in their own forces to separate the combatants and, in the process, seize the canal. 3 governments, 1 screenplay, casting themselves as the firefighters at a blaze they had agreed in advance to light. And they wrote it down. The agreement, the Protocol of Sèvres, was committed to paper and signed in 3 copies, 1 for each government. Remember the oldest file in this cabinet, Cromwell's dissolution, where the state decided on the outcome and then manufactured the justification afterward. Here is the same instinct, 4 centuries on, and refined to something almost unbelievable. This time the justification was not drafted after the deed. It was drafted before it, a war's moral alibi typed up and signed off 5 days before the first shot, the pretext scripted ahead of the pretext's cause. There is one difficulty with scripting a war. The performance has to match the pages exactly, or the audience sees the strings. This one matched. On the 29th of October, Israel invaded, on schedule. The Anglo-French ultimatum followed within a day, worded as agreed. British and French bombing and landings came in early November, precisely as the document laid out. The choreography was flawless, and its very flawlessness was the tell. Soldiers have complained for centuries that no plan survives contact with the enemy. Suez ran, start to finish, exactly to its screenplay, which is precisely how the watching world knew there had been one. Observers took one look at the timing and began asking the obvious question. Washington asked it loudest. President Eisenhower, in the final days of a re-election campaign, had not been consulted, and he was furious at the collusion, at the deception of an ally, at the spectacle of the old empires, lunging for a canal behind a transparent fiction. The United States refused to support the operation and let sterling fall, declining to prop up the pound as it came under pressure. The financial screw turned, and Britain, the empire that had ruled a quarter of the earth, discovered it could not afford its own war for more than a week. The invasion halted. The troops came home. It was a humiliation without a fig leaf. Eden had one move left: deny everything and destroy the script. Almost as soon as the ink at Sèvres was dry, he had tried to erase it, sending Patrick Dean, the very man who had signed for Britain, back to France with instructions to collect all copies and to leave no trace. The British copies were destroyed, but Pinot's France declined to hand over or burn its own, and the Israeli delegation had already gone home carrying theirs. You will read, in some accounts, that Eden burned Britain's copy personally in the grate at number 10. Treat that as colourful more than sourced. The solid fact is the order to Dean to gather the paper and make it vanish. Then, on the 20th of December, 1956, Eden stood in the House of Commons and lied to it. There had been, he said, no plot. To say, he told the House, that Her Majesty's government were engaged in some dishonorable conspiracy is completely untrue, and I most emphatically deny it. He went further and denied the specific hinge of the whole affair. There was not foreknowledge that Israel would attack Egypt. He said this knowing that the foreknowledge was not merely real but written, signed, and, he believed, safely burned. 20 days later, he was gone. On the 9th of January, 1957, Eden resigned as Prime Minister, officially on grounds of ill health. The truth came out the way it always seems to in these files, slowly, sideways, and from the copies he could not reach. A minister who had resigned in disgust, Anthony Nutting, published an account a decade on. Moshe Dayan's diaries told the Israeli side, and the physical proof waited quietly in an archive. Israel's retained copy of the protocols surfaced publicly around the crisis's 40th anniversary in the mid-1990s, with a further photocopy from Pinot's papers emerging around 2010, the dates approximate, the effect final. The collusion Eden had, most emphatically denied, is now simply history, no longer in serious dispute. Eden set out to topple NASA and toppled himself instead. And he left behind a lesson. You can burn your own copy. You cannot burn everyone. Paper multiplies. A secret shared among 3 governments is a secret kept by none of them. And the man who signs in triplicate has already lost control of the only copy that will ever matter, the one in someone else's drawer. Eden lied to Parliament about a war 3,000 miles away. 16 years later, the lie under examination would concern British soldiers and a British street, and it would be told, this time under oath, by men who had watched people die in front of them. On the afternoon of the 30th of January, 1972, somewhere between 10 and 15,000 people marched through the Bogside, in Derry, in the north of Ireland. They were marching against internment without trial, the policy of locking people up on suspicion, indefinitely, without a court. The march had been banned, but bans did not empty the streets in Derry that winter, and the mood was less an insurrection than a crowd. Families, teenagers, old men, walking through their own neighborhood on a Sunday. Then the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, the Parachute Regiment, moved in. And over the course of roughly 10 minutes, they opened fire on unarmed people. Jackie Duddy was 17, an amateur boxer, and he was running when a bullet took him in the back near the Rossville Flats. A local priest, Father Edward Daly, knelt over him and then tried to lead the men carrying his dying body to safety, waving a blood-stained white handkerchief above his head so the soldiers would see they were unarmed, an image that became the photograph the whole world would know the day by. Patrick Doherty was shot as he crawled away from the guns. Bernard McGuigan went to help Doherty, waving a white handkerchief of his own so the soldiers would know his hands were empty. He was shot in the head. By the end of that 10 minutes, 13 people were dead. A 14th, John Johnston, died later of his injuries. 26 people in all had been shot. Not one of them was found to have been carrying a weapon. I am going to leave the dead their dignity and not walk you through the wounds. What matters is what the state did with those bodies, and it started doing it within hours. Before the day was out, the Army's account was already forming and already firm. The soldiers had come under fire first, and had returned fire against gunmen and nail bombers hidden in the crowd. The dead were not marchers. The dead were the enemy, combatants, terrorists, people who had brought it upon themselves. There were no gunmen. There were no nail bombers among the dead. But the word gunmen was now in the record, and a word in the record is very hard to remove. The families assumed an inquiry would settle it, that the British state, confronted with 13 unarmed bodies, would want the truth as badly as they did. An inquiry did come, and it settled the matter in the government's favor in 11 weeks. The tribunal was chaired by the Lord Chief Justice of England, Lord Widgery, the second highest judge in the land. It convened within days, and it reported in April 1972, barely 11 weeks after the shootings. And it broadly cleared the soldiers. Widgery accepted, in the main, the Army's account that it had been fired upon first. He leaned on forensic swabs, said to show that some of the dead had handled firearms or explosives, swabs whose readings, it later turned out, were just as consistent with a man having touched a military vehicle as with his having fired a gun. Widgery allowed himself one concession, that the soldiers' firing had at times bordered on the reckless. And then he drew no disciplinary conclusion from it and closed the case. History has a word for the Widgery report, and the word is whitewash. It took the machinery of British justice, a Lord Chief Justice, a formal tribunal, the full solemnity of the state, and used it not to expose a killing but to certify a lie. For the families in Derry, this was the second wound, and in some ways the deeper one. Their children had been shot, and now the highest court in the land had, in effect, agreed the children had it coming. They refused it. For 38 years, the families of Bloody Sunday refused the verdict, marched, campaigned, gathered evidence, buried elders who died still waiting, and raised children into grey-haired campaigners in their turn. And eventually the refusal wore the state down. In 1998, Prime Minister Tony Blair conceded a fresh inquiry, chaired by Lord Savile. The Savile inquiry ran for 12 years. It heard from over 900 witnesses, filled 5,000 pages, and cost around £195 million, the longest and most expensive inquiry in British legal history. Widgery had taken 11 weeks. The difference between the two is the measure of how long the truth takes when the state is not steering it toward a conclusion it has already chosen. Savile reported in June 2010. It found that none of the casualties had been posing a threat, that the soldiers had fired first, on fleeing, unarmed people, with no warning given. And the sentence that reached across 38 years and touched the original cover-up itself, that a number of soldiers had knowingly put forward false accounts, not misremembered, not confused in the chaos, knowingly false. The gunmen had been an invention, and the inventors had sworn to it. On the 15th of June, 2010, Prime Minister David Cameron stood in the House of Commons and did the rarest thing a British government ever does. He apologized without qualification. What happened on Bloody Sunday, he said, was both unjustified and unjustifiable. It was wrong. In Derry, in Guildhall Square, thousands stood watching him on big screens, and when the words came, a roar went up, and families who had carried this for 4 decades wept in the cold. It was a real reckoning, full, official, and unqualified. And still, it did not deliver everything. The truth arrived, complete and official, 38 years after the fact, which is to say, after most of the guilt had aged out of any courtroom. Of all the soldiers who fired that day, only one, known as Soldier F, was ever charged with murder. That case did not reach a conviction. The state admitted, in the end, exactly what had happened. It simply admitted it too late for anyone to answer for it. A judge lending the state his robes. A crowd redescribed as combatants. An inquiry that punished no one. Britain had run this exact sequence before, not decades earlier, but generations. And not on a British street, but in a walled garden in the Punjab. Before we walk into that garden, a small word from me, because we are close to something, and I would like your help crossing it. This show is nearing 500 followers. It is not a large number, I know, but for a program like this one, it is real progress. And it is the kind of progress that only happens when listeners lend a hand. So if these stories have meant something to you, share a favorite episode with one person you think would sit up for it. Rate the show if your app allows. And tell me in the comments where in the world you are listening from, or a story from history you would want examined this way. All of that, the sharing most of all, is what signals to the algorithm that this podcast is worth carrying to someone new. It is, quietly, how the circle grows. Thank you. Now, the garden. The garden is called Jallianwala Bagh, and it sits in the heart of Amritsar, in the Punjab. Picture it clearly, because its shape is the whole of what happened there. It is an open piece of ground, several acres, hemmed in almost entirely by the backs of buildings and by high walls. There are a few narrow gaps between the houses. But there is only one main way in and one main way out. On the 13th of April, 1919, it was full. The day was Baisakhi, a spring festival, and thousands had come, pilgrims, villagers in from the countryside, families, along with those who had gathered for a banned public meeting held in defiance of the martial law restrictions that had descended on the Punjab amid unrest over the Rowlatt Acts. Most of the crowd had no weapon and no quarrel. They had a festival and a meeting in a walled square. Brigadier General Reginald Dyer arrived with about 50 riflemen, Gurkha and Sikh soldiers of the British Indian Army. He placed his men at the single main entrance, blocking it. He gave no order for the crowd to disperse. No warning. He simply had his troops open fire directly into the thickest part of the crowd and directed their aim toward the gaps where people were trying to flee. The firing lasted around 10 minutes. About 1,650 rounds were fired, a figure we know because the ammunition was counted afterward, which tells you the shooting continued until very nearly the last bullet. People ran for walls they could not climb. Some threw themselves into a well inside the garden to escape the bullets, and drowned, or were crushed by those who leapt in after them. When the ammunition was nearly spent, Dyer marched his men out and left. The wounded lay where they had fallen. A curfew came down over the city that night, and the injured were not gathered up. To move in the streets after dark was itself now a crime. How many died is a question with two answers, and the gap between them is its own kind of evidence. The official British figure was 379 dead. The Indian National Congress, which ran its own inquiry, put it at well over 1,000, some counts reaching 1,500. I cannot reconcile those numbers for you, and I will not pretend one of them away. The colonial administration had every reason to count low, and did, and the true figure lies somewhere in that accusing distance, unrecoverable now, held apart by exactly the censorship the authorities imposed next. Because the immediate instinct, once the shooting stopped, was containment of the news, not the harm. Martial law and press censorship closed over the Punjab. Details were kept from the Indian public and from London for months. Dyer's own report to his superiors undercounted the dead. For a while, the walled garden held its silence the way it had held the crowd. What Dyer did next, and what London ultimately did about Dyer, told India more than the shooting itself had. 6 days after the massacre, on the 19th of April, Dyer issued an order about a particular street, the lane where, during the earlier unrest, a British missionary named Marcella Sherwood had been attacked. Any Indian wishing to pass along that street would do so on their hands and knees. They would crawl. From 6 in the morning until 8 at night, the order stood, and it was enforced with beatings for those who would not go down onto their bellies in the dirt. Mahatma Gandhi would say afterward that this, the crawling order, was worse than the massacre itself. The killing was a horror, but the crawling was a philosophy, a deliberate, daily public humiliation designed to break something in a people, to make them enact their own subjugation with their own bodies. It aimed, Gandhi understood, not at the flesh but at the soul of a nation. Then the empire investigated itself. Under pressure, the government of India convened an official inquiry. The Hunter Committee, chaired by a Scottish judge, Lord Hunter, which took evidence through the winter and reported in March 1920. Dyer appeared before it, and he did not hide behind confusion or self-defense. By his own account of the inquiry, he had not been trying merely to disperse the crowd in the garden. He had been trying to produce an effect far beyond it, to make an example, to teach the whole of the Punjab a lesson through the bodies in the bag. What he called a moral effect, most people would call terror. He had meant it as policy. And the Hunter Committee, hearing a general calmly explain that he had fired on a trapped crowd to terrorize a province, censured him for a grave error. That was the phrase. A grave error. It recommended no criminal charge and no real punishment. Dyer was relieved of his command and sent home. A recommended honor was quietly cancelled. He was barred from further service in India. He was never prosecuted for a single one of the dead. When Dyer came home, a large part of British society did not recoil from him. It embraced him. The House of Lords passed a motion approving his conduct, and the Morning Post, a leading conservative newspaper, opened a public subscription fund for him, a whip round for the general, and the British public gave. It raised over £26,000, a fortune in 1920, a purse of gratitude for the man who had ordered the shooting. Not everyone. The establishment was split, and the split ran deep. The House of Commons voted against Dyer, 247 to 37. Winston Churchill, then Secretary of State for War, stood in that chamber and called the massacre what it was: an extraordinary event, a monstrous event, an event which stands in singular and sinister isolation. And in India, the poet Rabindranath Tagore, a Nobel laureate, renounced the knighthood the crown had given him, saying he wished to stand shorn of all distinction beside his countrymen. There were consciences. They were simply not the ones holding the purse. The empire kept two ledgers that year. On one side, a grave error: a general sent quietly home, a fund of £26,000, and a vote of thanks from the Lords. On the other, 379 dead by the lowest count, perhaps 4 times that by another, a garden with one exit, and a people made to crawl. Britain has never, to this day, issued a formal apology for Jallianwala Bagh. On the centenary, in 2019, a Prime Minister managed the word regret. Not sorry. Regret. An inquiry that condemned no one. A public that paid tribute to the man responsible. A crowd whose only crime was standing in the wrong enclosure. 70 years later, and 3,000 miles north, in the industrial heart of England, the crowd would be standing in a football ground. On the 15th of April, 1989, Liverpool were to play Nottingham Forest in an FA Cup semi-final at Hillsborough, a neutral stadium in Sheffield. Tens of thousands of supporters travelled for it, as they had for 100 ordinary Saturdays before, expecting nothing but a football match. The Liverpool fans were allocated the Leppings Lane end. Outside it, as kick-off approached, a bottleneck formed at the turnstiles. Too many people, too few gates, a crowd building with nowhere to go. To relieve the pressure outside, the match commander, Chief Superintendent David Duckenfield of the South Yorkshire Police, gave the order to open a large exit gate, Gate C, and the fans who came through it flowed down a tunnel that led directly into 2 central pens that were already full, enclosed at the front by tall steel fences that had been put up to stop supporters spilling onto the pitch. There was nowhere for the people already in those pens to go, and more kept arriving behind them. Within minutes, men, women, and children were being crushed against the steel, unable to move, unable to breathe, pinned upright in a space that was killing them while a football match kicked off a few yards away. 96 people died that day, or in the days that followed. The youngest was 10 years old. What the people around them did stands in permanent contrast to what the institution did. Ordinary supporters tore at the fences with their hands to pull people free. They ripped advertising hoardings from their frames to use as stretchers, and carried the injured and the dead the length of the pitch themselves, because the response that should have met them was not coming. The fans became the emergency service. And while they did, the official mind was already turning to something other than rescue. There is a later chapter to the toll, and it belongs here. A young man named Andrew Devine was among those crushed that day. He did not die. He survived with catastrophic brain injuries, cared for, unable to communicate, for the next 32 years, until he died in 2021, and a coroner ruled that he too had been unlawfully killed at Hillsborough, 96 in 1989, the 97th in 2021. The crush went on taking its time. Within hours, Duckenfield told the Football Association that the fans had forced Gate C open themselves, that the disaster had been caused by a drunken crowd breaking in. It was a lie, and he had authored the very order it was invented to conceal. 96 people were dead, and within days, the story running in the nation's biggest newspaper was not about how they had died. It was about what the survivors had supposedly done. While supporters were still carrying bodies across the pitch, the machinery of self-protection was engaging, and it worked on two fronts at once: the record and the press. Take the record first. In the aftermath, South Yorkshire Police gathered written statements from its own officers about what had happened. Those statements were then handed to the force's solicitors and reviewed and altered. Of 164 officers' statements, 116 were substantially amended. Words were removed. The specific words removed tell you the purpose exactly: chaos, fear, panic, confusion. The honest vocabulary of officers describing a police operation that had failed, deleted, or softened, so that the paper trail of the disaster would no longer contain the police's own account of its own collapse. The force did not destroy the record. It edited it, line by line, into a version it could live with. And it went hunting through the dead for something to hold against them. Blood alcohol levels were taken from the victims, including from a 10-year-old child, and police database checks were run on the dead, searching for any past conviction, any smear, anything that might shift the weight of blame from the people who ran the ground onto the people who had died in it. Then the press. In the days after, South Yorkshire Police fed journalists and a local member of Parliament a story that drunken, ticketless Liverpool fans had caused the disaster, that they had picked the pockets of the dying, urinated on the officers trying to help, beaten a policeman giving the kiss of life. On the 19th of April, 4 days after 96 people died, the Sun newspaper printed it across its front page under a single, enormous headline. The headline was the word, "The Truth." Almost every specific claim beneath that word was false. And the city of Liverpool understood immediately that it was false and answered in the one currency it had. It stopped buying the paper. That boycott has held, in parts of the city to this day, an act of quiet, collective memory kept up for over 30 years. But the false version was now the official version, and it was built to last. In 1991, the original inquest, under a coroner named Stephen Popper, adopted what became known as the 315 cutoff, ruling that all the victims were effectively dead or beyond saving by 3:15, which conveniently walled off any scrutiny of the emergency response after that time. The verdict returned was accidental death, and there it sat. For 23 years, the families of the 96 lived under a public account that said their loved ones had drunk themselves into a stampede and died by their own misconduct. They did not accept it, and their refusal is the true engine of this chapter. Anniversaries kept at Anfield year on year, evidence gathered, mothers turned into archivists of their own children's deaths. And in September 2012, that refusal finally forced open the record. The Hillsborough Independent Panel was given the original, unamended documents, and it published what they showed: the alterations, the smear, the fact that up to 41 of the 96 might have survived with a better emergency response. The fans were cleared completely. The old inquest verdicts were quashed, and fresh inquests, running to 2016, delivered on the 26th of April that year. The verdict the families had spent 27 years demanding: unlawful killing. All of them, and the fans not to blame. The truth arrived, whole and official. What came after it did not. David Duckenfield was tried for manslaughter, and in 2019, he was found not guilty. The three men accused of perverting the course of justice over the altered statements, the officers and the solicitor at the center of the editing, went to trial in 2021, and the case against them collapsed, thrown out on a legal technicality. The judge ruled that the internal inquiry those statements had been prepared for did not count in law as a course of public justice, so the charge could not stand. 116 statements altered, 97 dead, unlawfully killed. And for the deaths, and for the 27-year cover-up that followed them, the number of people convicted of anything at all is 0. The families won the truth in full. They never obtained a single consequence. You have watched, across these last chapters, the same instrument at work: soldiers who knowingly put forward false accounts in Derry, and now 116 statements rewritten in Sheffield, the state and the forces that serve it, editing their own memory of the day. The Hillsborough families waited 27 years to force the correction. In the file that comes next, the men who knew the truth did not have to be forced at all. They confessed it voluntarily to a newspaper, their own names attached. And the state closed the case anyway. On the 11th of December, 1948, in the opening weeks of what Britain called the Malayan Emergency, a patrol of Scots Guards arrived at a rubber estate village called Batang Kali. It was 7th Platoon, G Company, 2nd Battalion, young soldiers, many of them national servicemen, sent into the jungle to fight a communist insurgency. They rounded up the villagers. They separated the men from the women and the children. And over the course of that day and the next, 24 unarmed men were shot dead, and the settlement's houses were burned. The women and children were taken away to a nearby town. One adult man lived through it, and he lived only because, when the shooting started, he fainted and was left for dead among the bodies of his neighbors. He woke amid them. The villagers' account of what had happened began that day, and it never changed. The state's account was different, and it was filed with the confidence of men who did not expect to be contradicted. The dead, it said, were armed communist bandits, shot while attempting to escape. There was even a legal frame ready to receive it, an emergency regulation that authorized lethal force to prevent a suspect fleeing arrest, though whether that regulation was genuinely in place beforehand or fitted around the killings afterward is itself contested. Shot while escaping. 24 unarmed men on a rubber estate, and the phrase in the record was, "shot while escaping." That account held for 21 years. And then one of the men who had been there decided to tell the truth about it to a newspaper with his name attached. In December 1969, a former guardsman named William Coutts went to the British Sunday paper The People and said, on the record, that the men of Batang Kali had not died in any escape. He said the platoon had been briefed beforehand, that the order, in effect, had been to wipe out whoever they found in the village. A fellow veteran, Alan Tuppen, corroborated it. Orders to wipe out the village and everyone in it. These were not accusations from the victim's side, easily waved away as enemy propaganda. These were the confessions of the British soldiers who had held the rifles, given freely, decades on, because some of them could no longer carry it in silence. The confessions had the force to move the machinery. Scotland Yard opened an investigation led by a detective chief superintendent named Frank Williams. He began interviewing the surviving soldiers, taking statements, building toward a case, preparing to go to Malaysia and see the ground for himself. For the first time, the file's authors had changed. The men were reclaiming their own testimony from the official version, and an actual criminal inquiry had momentum, and witnesses, and confession. What it did not have, after June 1970, was a government that wanted it. That month, a general election brought Edward Heath's government into office, and the investigation into Batang Kali was halted, wound down, the official reason given being the difficulty of gathering usable evidence after more than 20 years. I am going to give you that sequence and let it sit exactly as it sits in the record. Soldiers confessed, an inquiry gathered pace, a new government took office, and the inquiry stopped. The record establishes the order of events. It does not hand us the motive, and I am not going to manufacture one where the documents do not. What can be said is what a cover-up looks like in its third act. It no longer needs to lie. It needs only to decline. For the next 4.5 decades, the families petitioned, and the state declined. They brought the case to the High Court, which in 2012 found there was evidence supporting a deliberate execution. They brought it to the Supreme Court, which in 2015 ruled, by 4-1, that the government was under no legal duty to hold a public inquiry, given how much time had passed. The passage of time, the very delay the state itself had engineered by halting the probe in 1970, had now become the legal reason no inquiry was owed. But one of the 5 judges would not sign the majority's comfort. Supreme Court Justice Lord Kerr, the lone dissenter, wrote that the evidence showed wholly innocent men were mercilessly murdered. 4 judges said the law required nothing more. One judge said what the evidence said, and the truth of Batangkali survives, officially, in the losing opinion. In 2025, the British government finally said the word it had avoided for 77 years. It was not quite sorry, and it came with a refusal attached. On the 31st of March that year, a government minister, Catherine West, wrote to the families. The government, she said, deeply regrets the deaths and the pain suffered. She acknowledged, in as many words, that there had been incorrect narratives portraying the dead as supporters of the insurgency, an official admission, at last, that shot while escaping had been a fiction. And in the same letter, the government ruled out a public inquiry on the grounds that no inquiry could now reach definitive conclusions. No inquiry, no prosecution, no compensation. Look at when that regret arrived. 77 years after the killings. The men who confessed to the people are dead. Detective Williams, who tried to build the case, is gone. The villager who survived by fainting among the bodies did not live to hear it. Regret was extended, finally, at the precise point where there was no longer anyone left alive to hold responsible, and no one left to receive an apology who had stood in that village. The state had perfected an instrument its Tudor ancestors never possessed, the expression of sorrow engineered not to open a matter, but to close it. And the families, at the anniversaries that keep coming round, are still asking for the inquiry the letter refused them. The men of Batangkali were failed by inquiries that never came. The young man in the next file had the opposite problem. He got his inquest within weeks of dying. It was held in secret, and it lied. Ronald Madison was 20 years old. He came from Consett, in County Durham, and he was doing his national service as an engineer in the Royal Air Force, a leading aircraftman, ordinary rank, ordinary lad, with a girlfriend named Mary, and a plan to buy her an engagement ring. In the spring of 1953, a notice went round inviting servicemen to volunteer for research at a place called Porton Down on Salisbury Plain, Britain's chemical defence establishment, where the military had been running trials on human volunteers since the First World War. There was something in it for the volunteer, a little extra pay, a little extra leave, 15 shillings and a 3-day pass. For a young man saving toward a ring, that was reason enough. And as for what the research was actually about, well, servicemen later testified they had been told they were helping to find a cure for the common cold. I want to hold that carefully, because it is testimony rather than documented policy. When the whole thing was finally investigated, no paper trail was found for an organized common cold recruitment scheme. But under oath, the men who had been there said that was what they understood they had volunteered for. A cure for the sniffles. That was the shape of the thing in their minds when they walked in. What was actually done to Ronald Madison on the 6th of May, 1953 was this. He sat in a sealed chamber with several other men. Scientists taped a piece of cloth to his forearm, and onto that cloth they dripped around 200 milligrams of liquid sarin, a nerve agent, colorless, odorless, one of the deadliest substances ever synthesized. There were observers present, with clipboards, taking notes. This was an experiment, and it was being recorded. Within about 20 minutes, Madison began to sweat and said he felt unwell. Then he began to convulse. I am not going to describe the rest, because he deserves better than to be a spectacle, and because the detail is not the point. The point is the clipboard. The point is that a young man was dying in a chamber while men in the room wrote down what they observed. Within roughly 3/4 of an hour of the sarin touching his skin, Ronald Madison was dead, at 20, for 15 shillings and a pass he never spent. Ronald Madison died on a Wednesday. His inquest was over within weeks, and almost nobody in Britain was allowed to know that it had happened at all. The inquest opened just days after the death, before a Wiltshire coroner named Harold Dale, and it was held behind closed doors, in camera, the evidence restricted, on grounds of national security. A young serviceman had been killed by a nerve agent in a government experiment, and the inquiry into how he died was itself made a secret. It returned a verdict of misadventure, an accident, nobody's fault. And the ministry's own internal reckoning went a step further and found a way to locate the fault in Ronald Madison himself. He had died, it suggested, because of a personal idiosyncrasy, some unusual individual susceptibility to the gas, rather than because dripping a nerve agent onto a man is a lethal act. The dead volunteer was, in effect, blamed for being unusually killable. And then the state reached for the most intimate instrument in this entire cabinet. Ronald Madison's father wanted to know how his son had died, and to say so. He was warned that if he spoke about the circumstances, he could face prosecution under the Official Secrets Act. A grieving father, told that to grieve out loud, to tell the truth about his own child's death, might itself be a crime. The secret was sealed not in a vault, but inside a family, and locked with a threat. That verdict stood for 51 years. It came undone the way these things come undone, slowly and from outside. Between 1999 and 2004, Wiltshire police ran a cold case investigation, Operation Antler, into decades of human testing at Porton Down, taking statements from more than 700 former servicemen. The old file would not stay shut against that much testimony. In 2002, the Attorney General, Lord Goldsmith, applied to quash the secret 1953 inquest and ordered a fresh one. And this time it was held in the open, and it ran not for a few managed days behind a locked door, but for around 64 days of evidence. On the 16th of November, 2004, a second jury looked at the same death the first inquest had ruled an accident, and returned a different verdict. Unlawful killing. The same fact. 2 verdicts. 51 years apart. In 1953, the state had graded its own homework in a locked room and passed itself. In 2004, it took a police operation, an attorney general, and a public jury, the full weight of the system, to correct the record of one afternoon in one chamber. 2 years later, in 2006, the Ministry of Defense formally accepted the verdict, admitted gross negligence in the planning and conduct of the experiment, and paid Ronald Madison's family £100,000. No one was ever prosecuted. The going rate in 1953 for the life of a 20-year-old airman had been 15 shillings and a 3-day pass. It took the same state 51 years to raise the figure, and even then it stopped short of the one thing the family had never been offered: someone to answer for it. Porton Down took one man's body in the name of defense. The file we turn to now is what the same logic does at the scale of an entire people and an entire homeland. In the middle of the Indian Ocean, 1,000 miles from anywhere, lie the islands of the Chagos archipelago. And for generations, people lived on them. They were called the Chagosians, descended from enslaved and indentured laborers, brought there by French and British planters, and by the 20th century they were a settled people, several generations deep. They worked the coconut plantations, pressing copra. They spoke their own Creole. They had churches and a rhythm of festivals, and graveyards where their parents and grandparents were buried. There were dogs underfoot in the villages. It was not a wealthy life, but it was a whole one, and it was theirs, and it was home. At its recorded peak, the population was somewhere around 1,100 souls, with the true removal figure argued at anywhere from 1 to 2,000, depending on who is counting. Then, in the mid-1960s, the islands became useful to other people. The United States wanted a military base in the Indian Ocean, and the largest island, Diego Garcia, was ideal. Britain wanted the alliance, and the standing that came with being useful to Washington. So, in 1965, as it prepared to grant independence to Mauritius, Britain carved the Chagos archipelago out of Mauritian territory and created a brand new colony to hold it, the British Indian Ocean Territory. And in December 1966, Britain and the United States reached their understanding over Diego Garcia on one stated condition. There was to be no permanent population. There was, of course, a permanent population. It had been there for generations. So the population had to be made to disappear, first on paper, and then in fact. The paper came first, and it survives, and it is worth hearing in the official's own words. In an exchange in August 1966, a senior Foreign Office man, Sir Paul Gore Booth, wrote that there will be no indigenous population except seagulls. And a colleague, Dennis Greenhill, a knight of the realm, a future head of the diplomatic service, wrote back, "Unfortunately," he replied, "along with the birds go some few Tarzans or Men Fridays whose origins are obscure and who are being hopefully wished on to Mauritius, etc. Two senior officials, one joke, one people, Tarzans. Men Fridays. Wished on to Mauritius. An entire community, several generations rooted in their own soil, reduced in a private memo to a comic inconvenience to be tidied off the books, so that the phrase, no permanent population, could be written in an agreement and not be, technically, a lie by the time anyone checked. Every other file we have opened tonight hid an act, a killing, a payment, an experiment, a policy. This file hid the existence of the victims themselves. The file said the islands were empty. Emptying them, in fact, took ships, 5 years, and an order about the dogs. The removal was done quietly and in stages, and with a bureaucrat's care for deniability. Some Chagossians were simply not allowed to come home. People who had left the islands for medical treatment or to buy supplies, expecting to return in the ordinary way, found the door shut behind them, told there was nothing to go back to, stranded in Mauritius or the Seychelles. For those still on the islands, the ships came. Families were given almost no time and almost no allowance, 1 suitcase each, and loaded onto a copra boat called the Nordvær, packed into the hold, and carried away from everything they had ever known, to be set down on docksides 1,000 miles away. And there is the matter of the dogs, which I will tell you plainly and briefly, because it is well attested by witnesses and journalists, even if no court has ever formally ruled on it. On Diego Garcia, the islanders' pet dogs, around 1,000 of them, were rounded up on the order of a colonial governor, herded into sheds, and gassed with the exhaust fumes of vehicles. Some, by the accounts of those who were there, were taken from children who were watching. It was, among other things, a message. A place with pets is a home. A place being cleared of its dogs is being told it is no longer one. By the 27th of April, 1973, the last Chagossians had been taken off, and the archipelago was declared empty, and the fiction on the paper had been made true on the ground. The people who had lived there arrived in the slums of Port Louis with no jobs, no land, no compensation, and no acknowledgement that anything had been done to them at all. They had been erased so completely that, for a while, the wider world did not know they had ever existed. But exile did something the islands never had. It concentrated them. Scattered across their home waters, the Chagossians had been a plantation, people with local concerns, gathered in the same poverty, robbed in the same way. They became something else, a community with a single shared grievance and a very long memory. The journalist John Pilger put their story in front of British audiences that had never heard it, and a Chagossian-born man named Olivier Bancoul founded the Chagos Refugees Group and began to fight, through the courts, for decades, his name attached to case after case. The British legal system fought back the whole way. The Chagossians won a right of return in the High Court in 2000, and it was taken from them by royal decree in 2004. They won again and lost again, and by 2016 the Supreme Court still upheld the ban on their going home. And all the while, in those court battles, the old papers were surfacing, the declassified memos, the seagulls, the Tarzans and Men Fridays, the state's own private jokes read out in open court as evidence against it. And then the Chagossians did what erased peoples so rarely manage. They went over Britain's head. In February 2019, the International Court of Justice, the world's highest court, ruled that Britain's hold on the Chagos Islands was unlawful, that the decolonization of Mauritius had never been lawfully completed, and that Britain was obliged to bring its administration to an end. In May, the United Nations General Assembly voted overwhelmingly to say the same. The people who had been defined out of existence in a 1966 memo had made the highest court on earth say their name and rule in their favor. That is where the rising ends, and where the honesty has to begin, because the story is not finished, and I will not pretend it is. The court ruled. Britain has not fully honored the ruling. The Chagossians are still, for the most part, not home. A negotiated deal to transfer sovereignty over the islands to Mauritius was worked up, but as of 2026, and I give this as recent reporting to be checked again by the time you hear it, that deal had been shelved, stalled in the spring of that year, amid opposition from Washington, with Mauritius turning again to the United Nations and Chagossians still pressing to set foot on their own islands. Diego Garcia remains a working American base. The sovereignty question is live. The return is unfinished. The fight is not over. But hold on to the one thing this file did that none of the others quite managed. The Chagossians won what they have won because the paper survived. The memos that were meant to stay private, the seagulls, the Men Fridays, the whole casual machinery of their erasure became, in the end, the evidence that convicted the erasure. The state wrote down its own denial of a people and filed it, and that file escaped the fire. And that file was not the only one to escape its own burning, nor, it turns out, the oldest. The drawer is not quite shut. There are files at the back of this cabinet older than any incinerator behind any colonial office, from a time when the British state was still perfecting this reflex at home, on its own people. A few of them remain open before us. You might have thought the cabinet was empty now. It isn't. There are older files still, pushed to the back of the drawer, from before the empire had grown large enough to need an incinerator behind every colonial office, from a time when the British state was still practicing this reflex on the people closest to home. 6 of them remain. We may as well finish. And the oldest of the 6 takes us to a field in the north of England on a summer morning 200 years ago. The 16th of August, 1819, St. Peter's Field in Manchester. Somewhere around 60,000 people had walked in from the mill towns, men, women, and children, many in their Sunday best, some carrying banners that said liberty and universal suffrage. They had come to hear a reformer named Henry Hunt speak, and what they were asking for was not revolution. It was the vote. They wanted the right to send a member to Parliament, which the fast-growing industrial towns of the north did not then possess. It was a peaceful crowd, at a peaceful meeting, on a bright day. Watching from a window nearby, the local magistrates looked at the size of that crowd and were frightened by it. They read the Riot Act, an order to disperse, largely inaudible over 60,000 people, and then they ordered the Manchester and Salford Yeomanry to go in and arrest Hunt. The yeomanry were not regular soldiers. They were a volunteer cavalry of local mill owners and merchants, and their sons, mounted men with sabers, drawn in large part from exactly the propertied class the crowd's demands most threatened. They rode into the packed crowd to reach the platform, and when the press of bodies blocked them, they began to cut their way through with the sabers. Then regular hussars were sent in behind them, and the whole field was charged. 60,000 people, hemmed in by walls and buildings, tried to flee an enclosure with cavalry slashing through it. Around 18 people were killed. Somewhere between 400 and 700 were injured, sabred, trampled, crushed against the walls. Among the dead was a man named John Lees, a cotton worker from Oldham, 22 years old. 4 years earlier, John Lees had been a soldier at the Battle of Waterloo and had walked away from it alive. He did not walk away from a peaceful reform meeting in Manchester. As he lay dying of his wounds, he is said to have told a friend that at Waterloo it had been man against man, but that what had happened at Manchester was downright murder. It was a radical journalist reporting all this who gave the day its bitter, lasting name, folding Waterloo into the place it happened, Peterloo, and the women were not incidental to it. On the platform beside Henry Hunt stood Mary Fildes, the president of the Manchester Female Reform Society. Women had organized and marched and come to demand the vote in their own right, and she was slashed by the yeomanry where she stood. A striking share of the day's casualties were women, cut down in a crowd that had come dressed for a public occasion, not a battle. The Manchester and Salford yeomanry who did most of the cutting were not disciplined soldiers with any experience of crowd control. They were, in the main, local men of property on horseback, riding sabres drawn into the very people whose demand for a voice most threatened their own position. It had the character less of policing than of a class settling a score from the saddle. So the state had cavalry cutting down unarmed civilians, including women, at a peaceful meeting, in an English city, in front of tens of thousands of witnesses. What does it do with a thing like that? It held no inquiry into the killings. None. Instead, within days, the Home Secretary, Lord Sidmouth, wrote to the Manchester magistrates on behalf of the Prince Regent, the head of state, to convey the Crown's thanks. Their thanks. The magistrates and the yeomanry were congratulated for their prompt, decisive, and efficient measures for the preservation of the public tranquility. The preservation of the public tranquility. 18 dead, hundreds sabred, and the phrase the state chose for it, the phrase in the official letter of congratulation, was the preservation of the public tranquility. The men who had ordered cavalry into a crowd were not investigated. They were thanked, in writing, by the Crown for keeping the peace. And the state was only getting started. It did not merely decline to punish the killing, it moved against the people who had reported it and the movement that had gathered. That radical editor who coined the name Peterloo was prosecuted for seditious libel and imprisoned. John Lees, alone among the dead, got an inquest, and after the authorities interfered with it, no verdict was ever returned. The inquiry into his death simply died itself. And in December of 1819, Parliament rushed through a body of law known as the Six Acts, which restricted public meetings, permitted the search of private homes for weapons, and further gagged the reforming press. The state's response to being shown that it had sabred a peaceful crowd was to make it harder, in law, for a crowd ever to gather, and for a newspaper ever to say so again. You have heard, tonight, of a Lord Chief Justice clearing paratroopers in Derry, and of a police force in Sheffield rewriting its own account of a disaster. Here, in 1819, is the same shape before any of it. the state examining a killing done in its name and finding, every time, in favor of the men who did the killing. Peterloo did not break in any single moment. It was seen by 60,000 people from the start. What was hidden was not the fact. It was the wrongdoing, buried under a letter of thanks, a set of repressive laws, and the imprisonment of the man who named it. There would be a Reform Act, eventually, 13 years later, and Peterloo is remembered as one of the reasons it came. Out of the disgust at the massacre and at the silencing of the press that reported it, a group of Manchester reformers founded a newspaper of their own, the Manchester Guardian, so that there would always be someone left to print the next such thing. But no one was ever held to account for the field. The next file moves forward a generation and crosses a narrow sea to a place where the state would preside over the deaths not of 18, but of 1,000,000, and would describe that, too, in a language all its own. In the autumn of 1845, a blight came to the potato fields of Ireland. It was a fungal disease, and it turned the crop to black rot in the ground. For most of Ireland's rural poor, a population of over 8 million, many of them tenant farmers on tiny plots, the potato was not one food among many. It was the food, the single crop that stood between a family and starvation. When it failed in 1845, and failed worse in 1846, and kept failing through the years that followed, the people who depended on it began to die. By the time it was over, around 1,000,000 people were dead of starvation, and the diseases that follow starvation. Another 1,000,000 or more emigrated, fleeing on ships to Britain and America. Ireland's population fell by roughly a quarter in a handful of years, a demographic wound so deep the country would not recover its numbers for more than a century. And here is the fact that turns the Irish famine from a natural disaster into something the British state has to answer for. Throughout those years, while 1,000,000 people starved, Ireland was exporting food. Not only potatoes had grown in Irish soil, there was wheat, oats, barley, butter, cattle, pigs, and all of it kept moving, out of Ireland to the markets of Britain, even in the worst years. In 1847, the deadliest year of all, when hundreds of thousands were dying, something like 4,000 ships carried food out of Irish ports. Some of it left from the very harbours ringed by the worst starvation, and left under armed guard, British troops escorting the food convoys to keep the starving from seizing the grain that was being shipped away from them. A country full of food, exporting it, while its people died for want of a potato. The historian Christine Keneally, going through the shipping records, counted those roughly 4,000 vessels of food, leaving Ireland in 1847 alone. Grain, oats, butter, live animals. In the very year, some 400,000 people died. And for those who did not die, the alternative was the boat. Perhaps 1.5 million people emigrated across the famine years, crammed into vessels so lethal with disease that they earned their own name, the coffin ships. A country of over 8 million people fell to around 6.5 million within a few years, a fifth to a quarter of the population dead or fled, a hole torn in a nation that its numbers have never entirely filled since. This was not a remote province of the empire. Ireland was, in law, part of the United Kingdom itself, governed directly from Westminster. Its food shipped to English tables, which makes the accounting harder, not easier, to look away from. The man most responsible for Britain's response to all this was a Treasury official named Charles Trevelyan. Trevelyan ran the relief effort, and he ran it according to two convictions that fit together with terrible neatness. The first was a rigid faith in the free market, a belief that the government must not interfere with trade, must not stop the exports, must not simply feed people, because to do so would distort the natural workings of commerce and breed dependence. The second was religious. Trevelyan believed that the famine was not merely an economic event, but a moral one, a judgment. He said so, in print, in his own words. In an 1848 account of the crisis, Trevelyan described the famine as a direct stroke of an all-wise and all-merciful providence. A direct stroke of an all-wise and all-merciful providence. 1 million people dead of hunger in a country exporting food, and the senior official in charge of relief looked at it and saw the hand of a merciful God, a corrective visited upon the Irish for their own good, not to be interfered with too greatly by mere human charity. The starvation was not a policy failure to be fixed. It was providence to be respected. When you have decided that mass death is the will of an all-merciful God, you have given yourself a reason not to send the ships back full. There was relief. Government soup kitchens, at their peak in the summer of 1847, were feeding around 3 million people. But they were run under strict conditions and tight budgets, designed, above all, not to cost the exchequer too much or interfere with the market, and Trevelyan wound the scheme down that same autumn, even as the dying went on. The priority, throughout, was the protection of the treasury and the principal, not the preservation of the people. Britain was open about much of this at the time. Trevelyan published his reasoning for anyone to read. The concealment here is not of a document. It is of a meaning. In the generations since, the famine has been quietly refiled in the popular memory as a natural catastrophe, a blight, an act of nature, a tragedy that befell Ireland, rather than as what the record shows it also was, a catastrophe deepened and prolonged by deliberate policy choices made by named men, defended in print, in the language of the free market and the will of God. Whether that amounts to a crime, and what to call it, is argued to this day. Some historians use the word negligence. Some reach for harder words. The most incendiary term of all is one most professional historians decline. That debate has not been settled, and I am not going to settle it. What is not in dispute is the arithmetic that sits underneath it, the food on the ships, the guard on the convoys, the 1 million dead, and a Treasury official calling it the mercy of Providence. It took a century and a half for a British government to say even a careful word about it. In 1997, on the 150th anniversary, a Prime Minister acknowledged that those who governed in London at the time had failed their people. An acknowledgement offered to the descendants of the dead 150 years late, sorrow arriving, as it so often does in these files, long after the last person who might have answered for it was gone. The next file stays inside the Empire's long habit of managing mass death with a reassuring phrase, but it moves forward to the turn of the century, and south, to a war in which the British state built the camps itself. At the turn of the 20th century, Britain was fighting a war in South Africa against the Boers, the Afrikaner republics, and it was not going as quickly as London had expected. The Boer fighters would not stand and fight a conventional war. They melted into the countryside as guerrillas, supplied and sheltered by the farms of their own people. So the British commanders decided to take away the countryside. Under Lord Roberts, and then far more aggressively under Lord Kitchener, the army adopted a scorched earth policy: burn the farms, kill or seize the livestock, destroy the crops, empty the land the guerrillas lived off. And that left a question. What do you do with the people from the burned farms? The women, the children, the elderly, and the black African laborers and tenants who had lived and worked on that land. You put them in camps, ringed with barbed wire, guarded, and called, in a phrase that had not yet acquired the meaning the century would give it, concentration camps. Around 150,000 civilians were interned, and the camps were death traps, not by deliberate massacre, but by neglect, overcrowding, contaminated water, starvation rations, and epidemic disease sweeping through people with no way to escape it. Measles, typhoid, dysentery. And the dying fell hardest, as it always does, on the youngest. The official count of Boer deaths in the camps was 27,927. Of those, more than 22,000 were children under the age of 16. Nearly 28,000 dead, more than 22,000 of them children. The camps killed the young above all else. And in the separate camps for black Africans, worse resourced, worse recorded, and almost entirely ignored by the press and parliament of the day, at least 14,000 more died, with historians putting the true figure closer to 20,000. A second catastrophe running alongside the first, that the British public of the time barely heard about at all. In the black African camps, by the counts that survive, more than 4 in 5 of the dead were children, an even heavier weighting toward the young than in the Boer camps, and recorded even more carelessly, so that the true figure can only be estimated. The Scorched Earth campaign that filled all these camps had begun with a proclamation from Lord Roberts in the summer of 1900, and hardened under Kitchener that winter into the systematic burning of farms, homesteads, and whole towns. The roughly 150,000 people behind the wire were, for the most part, simply the population of a countryside the army had deliberately made uninhabitable. While this was happening, the Secretary of State for War, St. John Broderick, stood up in the House of Commons and described the camps to Parliament. The interned Boer women and children, he said, were there voluntarily, and they were contented and comfortable. Contented and comfortable. 22,000 children dying of disease behind barbed wire, and the minister responsible told the nation's parliament they were contented and comfortable, and there by choice. A Boer leader who heard the claim called it simply a slander. It was worse than a slander. It was the official story, entered into the record of the House of Commons, while the burial registers in the camps filled with the names of children. The story did not hold, and the reason it did not hold has a name: Emily Hobhouse. She was a British welfare campaigner, and rather than take the government's word, she went to South Africa and toured the camps herself in early 1901. And then she came home and published what she had seen: the overcrowding, the starvation rations, the disease, the dying children. Her report detonated the official line. It could not survive a witness who had actually walked through the tents. And it split the British establishment loudly. The leader of the opposition, Henry Campbell Bannerman, a future Prime Minister, stood up and asked how a war was being conducted in South Africa, and answered his own question by methods of barbarism. A young Liberal MP named David Lloyd George, who would also one day be Prime Minister, accused his own government in the Commons of pursuing a policy of extermination against the Boer people. These were not radicals shouting from outside. These were men at the center of British political life, telling the House that their own country's minister had lied about children dying in British camps. The pressure forced the government's hand. It appointed a commission, an all-female commission, led by the suffragist Millicent Fawcett, to go and inspect the camps. And the Fawcett Commission, the government's own body, went and looked and confirmed everything Emily Hobhouse had said. Once civilian administrators replaced the military in control of the camps, and rations and nursing and sanitation were improved, the death rate among the white internees fell sharply, from around 7% a year down to 2%. Which is its own quiet indictment. The deaths had been that reducible all along. What had been missing was not the possibility of keeping people alive. It was the will to, behind a minister insisting they were already contented and comfortable. In the Black African camps, even those improvements lagged, and the neglect ran on. The Boer camps entered history and became a lasting stain on the war, and contributed a few years later to the Liberal landslide that swept Campbell Bannerman into office. The Boer dead were mourned and counted and, in South Africa, made into a foundational national grief. The Black African dead, comparable in number, and even more heavily weighted toward children, were barely counted at all, and remained a footnote in the histories for most of the century that followed. 2 camp systems. 2 catastrophes. One of them the state was eventually shamed into confronting. The other it managed the older way, by simply never quite looking. The next file leaves the camps and the battlefields for a courtroom and a scaffold, and for a man the British state destroyed, not with a lie about what he did, but with the contents of his own private diaries. Roger Casement began his life as one of the British Empire's heroes. He was a consular official, and he made his name exposing atrocities, the horrors inflicted on rubber workers in the Congo and later in the Amazon, forced labor and mutilation and mass death in the service of profit. His reports shocked the world. For that work, the Crown knighted him. Sir Roger Casement, humanitarian, a man who had used the machinery of the British state to drag real cruelty into the light. And then he turned. An Irishman, Casement came to Irish nationalism and by 1916 he had gone to Germany, Britain's enemy in the middle of the First World War, to seek help for Irish independence. In April 1916, a German submarine put him ashore on the coast of County Kerry, and he was arrested almost at once, in fact trying to stop the Easter Rising, which he believed was doom. He was taken to London, tried for treason, and sentenced to hang. His conviction was not really in doubt. He had done what he was charged with. But a condemned man can still be saved by mercy, and a campaign for clemency began, and it was formidable. Some of the most famous writers alive lent their names to it: Arthur Conan Doyle, George Bernard Shaw, W.B. Yeats. There was an appeal in the United States Senate. Casement was, after all, a knighted humanitarian. There was a real chance that public sympathy might force a commutation of the sentence, that Britain might decide not to make a martyr of him. And Britain had reason to fear a martyr. This was 1916, weeks after the Easter Rising, and the swift execution of its leaders had already begun to turn Irish opinion against British rule. The last thing London needed was to hand the cause another dead hero, this one world famous and admired well beyond Ireland. A living Casement, imprisoned, was a problem. An executed Casement, mourned as a saint, might be a worse one. Clemency was not sentiment. It was, for the government, the safer path, unless the man himself could be made unmournable. So the British state set out to destroy the sympathy before it could save his life. And it did so not with an argument about treason, but with the contents of Casement's private diaries. Among his seized papers were personal diaries that were sexually explicit and, in the terms of 1916, scandalous, describing a private life that the era treated as both a crime and an unspeakable disgrace. I am going to tell you what was done with them, and nothing whatsoever about what was in them, because what was in them is not the point, and never was. The point is what the state did next. Senior figures in British intelligence and the police, the Assistant Commissioner at Scotland Yard, the Director of Naval Intelligence, took extracts from those diaries and began, quietly, to circulate them. Not in the courtroom, where they could have been challenged, tested, examined for authenticity. They were never entered as evidence at his trial at all. They were shown, privately, in strict confidence, to exactly the people whose sympathy might have saved him, to the palace, to the American ambassador, to senior clergymen, including the Archbishop of Canterbury, to journalists, to members of Parliament. An officer even carried photographic copies across the Atlantic on an ocean liner to make sure the right people in Washington saw them. In strict confidence. That was the mechanism, and it was diabolically effective. By showing the material privately rather than publicly, the state never had to stand behind it, never had to prove it in open court, never had to let Casement's lawyers contest it. It simply whispered, to each influential person in turn, that the humanitarian they were being asked to save was not the sort of man they wanted to be seen defending. In the moral climate of 1916, that was enough. The signatures fell away. The clemency campaign lost its air. And on the 3rd of August, 1916, Roger Casement was hanged at Pentonville Prison. Here is the part that has never been resolved, A century and more later, whether those diaries were genuinely his. Casement told his own lawyer, to his face, that he had never written such a thing and called them a forgery. The British authorities said they were authentic. Modern forensic examination has come down on the side of genuine, and other experts have disputed that finding, and the argument goes on among serious people to this day. But the authenticity question, fiercely as it is fought, does not actually change the thing that matters here, and both sides of that argument agree on it. Whether the diaries were real or fabricated, the documented, undisputed fact is what the state did with them. It weaponized a man's private life, circulated it in confidence outside any court, and used it to make a condemned man too unsympathetic to save. A character assassination conducted in whispers, precisely because a whisper cannot be cross-examined. And then it hid the whole thing. For over 40 years, the British government simply denied the diaries existed at all. They stayed sealed in official custody, their contents a rumor the state would neither confirm nor produce until they were partially released in 1959 and fully only in 1994. Casement, in the meantime, had become a martyr of Irish nationalism. His remains were returned to Ireland for a state funeral in 1965, half a century after the drop. The state took a man it could not simply hang cleanly, a knight, a humanitarian with powerful friends, and it unmade him in confidence, one private conversation at a time, with papers it would then deny for 4 decades it had ever held. The next file is about a piece of paper, too. But where Casement's diaries may have been real, this one was a fake from the start, and the state's own spies knew it, and let it decide an election anyway. In January 1924, Britain got its first Labour government. Ramsay MacDonald became Prime Minister of a minority administration, the first time the party of the working class had held power in Britain, and to a great deal of the British establishment, and to most of the British press, this was not a change of government, but a threat to the natural order. And MacDonald promptly did the thing most calculated to alarm them. His government extended formal diplomatic recognition to Soviet Russia and began negotiating treaties with the communist state that the establishment regarded as the enemy of everything Britain was. The Labour government did not last the year. In October 1924, it fell, and a general election was called for the 29th of that month. And into that election campaign dropped a letter. The letter was dated the 15th of September, and it purported to come from Grigory Zinoviev, the head of the Communist International in Moscow, the body that directed communist parties around the world. Addressed to British communists, it instructed them to stir up revolution, to infiltrate the armed forces, to agitate, to prepare the ground for a Bolshevik Britain, and it implied that a re-elected Labour government would be the useful idiots who let it happen. Here, apparently, was documentary proof that a vote for Labour was a vote for Moscow's revolution. The Foreign Office received it in October, and on the 25th of that month, 4 days before the country voted, it appeared on the front page of the Daily Mail, a conservative supporting paper, under a headline screaming of a civil war plot by the socialists' Moscow masters. 4 days before polling day, The message to every wavering voter in Britain was that Labour was Moscow's puppet and revolution was the price of re-electing it. The letter was almost certainly a forgery. And this is where the file turns, because the state's own intelligence service had a view on that, and it kept the view to itself. Inside the British security services, the assessment of the Zinoviev letter was that it was, in their own words, beyond question, a forgery. Beyond question, a forgery. Not possibly dubious, not unverified. Beyond question. The people whose job was to judge the authenticity of secret documents had judged this one, privately, to be a fake beyond any doubt, and that judgment was not shared with the public, was not shared with the voters, was not allowed to catch up with the front page before the country went to the polls. A document the state's own experts knew to be a forgery was permitted to circulate as though it were genuine intelligence. At the precise moment it could do the most damage to an elected government, the establishment despised. Labour lost the election heavily. The Conservatives came back with over 400 seats, a commanding majority. Labour fell to 151, and the Liberals were all but destroyed. The full picture is more tangled than the legend. Labour's own share of the vote actually rose slightly. The real collapse was among Liberal voters, who fled to the Conservatives in fright. But the letter poisoned the campaign's final days, and the first Labour government went down, and a Conservative one came in and promptly tore up the Soviet treaties it had come to power resisting. Who forged it, and who inside the British state helped it on its way, became one of the great unanswered questions of British politics, and it festered for 75 years. It was not until 1998 that a Foreign Secretary commissioned the government's own chief historian to go into the archives, the Foreign Office, the intelligence services, all of it, and produce an official account. Her report, published in 1999, confirmed that the letter was a forgery and pointed toward White Russian émigré forgers abroad as its likely source. But it could not name the forger with certainty. Its honest conclusion was that it is impossible to say who wrote the Zinoviev letter. And it found that at least one intelligence officer, a man named Desmond Morton, who happened to be a close friend of Winston Churchill, had very likely known the letter's provenance was rotten, and had treated it as genuine anyway, and had let it move toward the press. The historian's careful phrase about him was that she doubted he thought it was genuine, but that he treated it as if it was. Years earlier, an entirely separate investigation had traced the forgery to a ring of White Russian émigrés, and the widow of one of the alleged forgers claimed the order to fake it had come, in her words, from a person in authority in London, a claim that could never be tested, resting as it did on a single memory, decades after the fact. No conspiracy was ever fully proven, and the historian did not claim one. What the record establishes is quieter and, in its way, just as damning. A document the security services judged beyond question. A forgery was allowed to run loose through a general election, and nobody with the knowledge to stop it chose to. And there is a final, almost comic footnote of the kind this whole cabinet keeps producing. When, in more recent years, researchers went looking for the key original files on the affair, the government admitted it could no longer find them. Nearly a century on, The paper trail on the forgery had itself gone missing. The last file is the newest of all, the one closest to our own time. It concerns another dossier, another claim the state presented as certain, and a scientist who knew better. The newest file in the cabinet is only about 20 years old, and you may remember it happening. On the 24th of September, 2002, Tony Blair's government published a dossier making the case that Iraq, under Saddam Hussein, possessed weapons of mass destruction and posed a threat that had to be dealt with. Britain was being prepared for war, and this document was a central part of the argument for it. In his personal foreword to the dossier, the Prime Minister told Parliament and the public that the intelligence had established, in his words, beyond doubt that Saddam had continued to produce chemical and biological weapons. Beyond doubt. That was the phrase. Not our best assessment suggests, not the intelligence indicates, beyond doubt. And the dossier carried a specific, dramatic claim that came to define it. That Iraq could deploy some of these weapons within 45 minutes of an order being given. 45 minutes. It made headline. It made the threat feel immediate and personal and near. We have watched a British Prime Minister do a version of this before tonight. Anthony Eden at Suez stood in the Commons and told the House there had been no collusion, a war built on a story, and the story defended to Parliament's face. This is the same shape, updated, a war and a document, and a certainty presented to Parliament that the evidence underneath could not actually bear. Because the 45-minute claim did not rest on a mountain of proof. It rested on a single source, one uncorroborated piece of intelligence, and, as it later emerged, one that referred to short-range battlefield munitions, not to strategic weapons capable of reaching Britain or anyone's homeland. The frightening, headline-making claim had been stripped of the context that would have made it far less frightening. So thoroughly stripped that two of the cabinet ministers who had used it, the Defense Secretary and the Foreign Secretary, later admitted, publicly, that they themselves had not understood, until well after the fact, that the 45-minute weapons could not actually have reached anyone at a distance. The men making the case for war had not fully grasped their own most famous piece of evidence. In May 2003, after the invasion, a BBC journalist reported that the dossier had been, in his phrase, sexed up, deliberately hardened, the caveats stripped, against the wishes of the intelligence professionals. The report pointed a finger, in particular, at Downing Street's Director of Communications, Alistair Campbell, as the man who had pushed to harden the language, a charge Campbell denied with enormous force. Downing Street reacted with fury, and a war broke out between the government and the broadcaster over the report and its anonymous source. And the government, or elements of it, wanted that source found. His name was Dr. David Kelly. He was a Ministry of Defense weapons scientist and one of the most experienced people Britain had, a former United Nations weapons inspector who had been to Iraq dozens of times and knew the subject as well as anyone alive. He had spoken to the journalist. And once the machinery began looking for the source, Kelly was identified, and his name was allowed into the open, and he was called before a parliamentary committee and questioned on camera. A private scientist, visibly uncomfortable, made to sit under the lights and answer for a political firestorm he had not created. 2 days after that hearing, David Kelly was found dead near his home in Oxfordshire. The official verdict was suicide. A man who had spent his career telling the truth about weapons was dead within days of being pushed into the center of a fight over whether the government had told the truth about them. What followed was an inquiry, and it followed the pattern this whole cabinet has taught you to expect. Lord Hutton was appointed to investigate the circumstances of Kelly's death, and his report, in January 2004, largely cleared the government and turned its sharpest criticism on the BBC. Much of the British press had a single word for it, and it is a word we have heard before tonight at Derry and elsewhere: whitewash. The inquiry that was supposed to examine how a scientist ended up dead had instead, in the public's eye, examined the government and found it blameless, and turned its censure on the broadcaster instead. In the fallout, it was not a minister who resigned, but the 2 men at the top of the BBC, its Director General and its chairman, both gone within days of a report about a dead weapons scientist. The institution that had aired the doubts paid a heavier price, at first, than the government the doubts were about. But the fuller judgment came later, and harder, from the inquiries the state could not steer so easily. Later in 2004, a separate review of the intelligence itself concluded that the 45-minute claim should never have been put in that dossier without explaining what it actually referred to, and confirmed it had rested on that single, uncorroborated source. And years after that, the long Iraq inquiry, reporting in 2016, 13 years after the war began, delivered the most authoritative verdict of all: that Britain had gone to war before the peaceful options were exhausted, and that the threat from Iraq's weapons had been presented with a certainty that the intelligence did not justify. No weapons of mass destruction were ever found in Iraq. The thing the Prime Minister had told Parliament was established beyond doubt turned out not to exist at all. That is the last file. The certainty that was not certain, the single source dressed as proof, the scientist dead between the claim and the reckoning, and the truth arriving in stages. A whitewash first, then a harder review, then, more than a decade on, a full accounting that came far too late to matter to the decision it judged. The dossier is the newest thing in this cabinet, but the cabinet itself is very old, and every file in it, from a Tudor survey to a modern dossier, came from the same instinct and points back to the same place, which returns us where we have been heading all night, to a country house in the Buckinghamshire countryside, and to everything that did not survive the fire. So we come back to where we began. A country house in the Buckinghamshire countryside, its perimeter fenced, and inside it, a vault of paper that was never meant to be seen. Hanslope Park. And behind it, in the memory now, the officer at his incinerator in Nairobi, working through the night, unhurried, following instructions, filling out a certificate for each bundle he feeds to the fire. Roughly 20,000 files came home to Hanslope from at least 37 former colonies. But those are only the ones that survived the journey. They are the files someone decided to keep. Behind them stands the far larger number no one will ever count. The bundles that went into the flames in 50 colonial capitals, and the crates that went into the deep, current-free water at the maximum practicable distance from the coast. For every file we opened tonight, how many turned to ash? I cannot tell you, and neither can anyone else, and that is the point of the place. Why they did it, whether the concealment was a deliberate conspiracy to bury the Empire's crimes, or something duller and, in its way, worse, the record does not finally settle, and I am not going to settle it for you from a chair. The government's own review concluded it was mostly bureaucratic self-preservation, institutional habit, no grand design. The historians and the survivors' lawyers call it deliberate. Both have read the same papers. And from where the burned upon are standing, the castrated men of Kenya, the villagers of Batang-Kali, the islanders of Chagos, the distinction is academic. Whether your file was destroyed on purpose or destroyed on reflex, it is equally gone, and you are equally unproven. What the night leaves us with is not a motive, but a method. Or rather, a set of them. Some files the state burned. Some it packed in weighted crates and sank. Some it shredded. Some it did not destroy at all, but edited, softened, amended, the criticism deleted line by line. Some it sealed behind a locked door and a threat. Some it simply declined to write down in the first place. And in one case, it wrote down the erasure of a whole people and filed that instead. Listen to the vocabulary the method left behind, all of it in one breath, because you have heard every word of it tonight, in its place as the pivot of its own story. Contaminated water. A dilution technique. Operation Progress. Not an accident. The computer is never wrong. Corruption. Compensation for the owners. A really hostile environment. A legend built on a dead child's name. A boat denial policy and a banned word. I most emphatically deny it. There was no foreknowledge. Gunman. A grave error. A moral effect. The truth. Shot while escaping. Misadventure. No permanent population. The preservation of the public tranquility. A direct stroke of Providence. Contented and comfortable. Shown in strict confidence. Beyond question, a forgery. Beyond doubt. Different centuries. Different departments. The same reflex, wearing whatever costume the era supplied. And underneath the vocabulary, 4 things that were true in every file. The first, the cover-up outlives the crime. 27 years to a verdict at Hillsborough. 38 to an apology for Derry. 51 to a second inquest for Ronald Madison. 54 for the men of Hola. 77, and still counting, for Batang-Kali. The act takes an afternoon. The lie about the act can last a lifetime, and often outlasts everyone who could have answered for it. The second, the state documents even its own forgetting. It cannot help itself. It burned the Kenya files and certified each burning. It shredded the blood records and left a trail of the shredding. It rewrote 116 statements and kept the originals. It denied a people existed and put the denial in a memo. The very compulsion that makes the machine dangerous, its need to have everything in writing, is the same compulsion that, again and again, leaves the one document that finally convicts it. The paperwork of erasure is still paperwork. It survives. The third, the apology that gives away everything except the only thing that matters. Sincerely regrets. Deeply regrets. Regret, not sorry. Sorrow offered freely, precisely because sorrow costs nothing and admits no liability. An instrument designed to close a file rather than open a wound. The fourth, watch who gets compensated and how fast. The slave owners were paid inside a year. The infected waited 40. The wrongly convicted, 20. The islanders are still waiting. Compensation is a clock, and it tells you every time whom the state believes it exists to serve. A judge named Langstaff put words to it, and they were never really only about infected blood. What he described was not, he said, an orchestrated conspiracy, but something more subtle, more pervasive, and more chilling. An institution does not need a villain to do these things. It needs only its own reflexes, running unattended year after year, everyone protecting the machine, and no one quite deciding to do wrong. And yet, hear the other half of the record, because it is there, and it has been growing. Look at who broke these stories open. A coroner reading a body in Kenya. A backbencher on his feet in the Commons. An editor in Calcutta smuggling a photograph past the censor. A guardsman who could not carry his silence any longer. A stubborn, spreadsheet-keeping sub-postmaster in Wales. Mothers in Liverpool who turned their grief into evidence binders and refused for 27 years to be told they had killed their own children. An islander who would not stop filing. Lately, the reflex loses more than it used to win. But the record coming out is not the same as the reckoning arriving, and I will not send you to sleep on a lie of comfort. As we speak, in 2026, at least 5 of tonight's files are still open wounds. The infected are still dying while they wait for money the state has promised. The Windrush citizens wrongly branded illegal are still fighting for the compensation they were owed, some of them dying before it arrives. The Chagosians are still not home. The undercover policing inquiry still has not reported. The people who ran the post office have still not answered for it. The record came out. The reckoning has not. If you want a single file that holds the whole pattern up to the light, I will give you mine, and you are free to disagree. I would choose the post office. Not the cruelest thing we looked at tonight. It is not, and not the largest, but the clearest, because it needed nothing. No empire, no war, no emergency, no evil founding intent. Only an ordinary institution on ordinary days that decided it would rather defend its computer's reputation than its people's freedom, and so it sent honest men and women to prison rather than read its own error logs. If it can happen there, on a British high street, with no villain required, then the reflex is not a relic of empire. It is a standing procedure available to any organization that would rather amend the record than face it. The strongest argument against my choice is Chagos, because only there did the state deny not what it had done, but that its victims had ever existed at all. That may be the darker file. If it is the one you would have chosen, tell me why in the comments. I read them, and I would genuinely like to know which of these you will carry. Because you will carry them now. The lamps come down, and the cabinet closes, and these 21 files go back into the dark, but not all the way, because you have read them, and you will not entirely forget them. And that, in the end, is the one thing the machine we watched all night could never quite manage. It could burn the paper. It could sink the crates and seal the inquests and shred the cards and edit the statements. But it could never get at the memory of the people who were there, and memory is the one archive the British state has never, once, succeeded in setting fire to. Sleep well. Since you made it this far, I'm glad you enjoyed the episode. If you would like to continue listening to episodes with similar themes, I linked them in the description below. You will also find a playlist of our most popular videos. Sleep now, midnight magnates. And wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done, but yours continues.